Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more of the First Descendant, and last time we were leveling up Ultimate Bunny and in fact made really good progress with her to the point where she either was fully maxed out or was about to be, and I have since gotten her fully set up and ready to go. And so that means that now we have two Ultimate characters who are fully spec'd. But there is still one more who we have unlocked but have yet to use at all, and that is Ultimate Lepic. In fact, we did not even have base Lepic. So that is the plan for today, is to start leveling him up. And now, admittedly, I do not have as much experience when it comes to him, both because we have not played basic, or the normal Lepic in the full release yet, but also because dating all the way back to when I did play basically every character in the beta, Lepic was the very first character that I used, and I had no idea what I was doing at that point in time. So I don't have a good sense of what we're looking for here, other than what I can tell from what other people have done with him thus far. It seems like he is all about getting crazy crit damage, or just damage in general, on his ultimate skill, which can do incredible stuff, especially against bosses, but it seems like he is very much a glass cannon. So, be interesting to try him out. I think he'll in some ways be almost like an alternative to Ultimate Glay, where she might be more of a tanky bossing character who focuses more on the weapons damage. Ultimate Lepic will be possibly even higher damage, but less survivability and getting the damage from skills rather than prioritizing the weapons. So let's hop in here. There are actually a few other things that I think we'll probably want to talk about, because I have made some progress on a few other things since we last checked in. So it might not be all about Lepic exclusively today. If we head over to just check out, I suppose, although there isn't anything that is ready to be picked up right now, research-wise, it at least gives you a sense of some of the things that I've been working on in the meantime. And a few big things, or at least relatively big things here. Made a lot of progress setting up weapons. We have a secret garden that is in the works right now. This would be our first secret garden. We have enough materials to craft, I think it's 1.5 more. So that is a weapon that we've heard good things about. Apparently the downside to it is very bad, so you want to make sure that you max it out quickly, otherwise it's going to cost you. So that's perhaps going to be our top priority in the near future, at least weapons-wise, but we do have several other weapons that are now ready for us to get the first round of, and in most cases we could even go on to craft additional copies of it. Blue Beetle, heard some good things about that. Perforator, I think, is a more recent addition to the game, but I think also I've heard some good things about that. The Executor apparently has gotten some pretty significant buffs as of late, so although originally it was not very good, now apparently it is quite good, at least I think, particularly for Glay. So that one, if we just get this one component, a few more of those, then we could max that out. Wave of Light, I think, is another one that recently got some pretty hefty buffs, and once again, one component that's lagging behind a little bit, but once we get that, we could potentially max this out, and a few others that are a little bit further behind. Afterglow Sword, and then we have a few that we've either already maxed out or don't have a ton of interest in. But point being, there's a lot of weapons here that we are able to get several upgrades on, or are close to being able to get several upgrades on. Enduring Legacy, that's another one we've heard good things about, that we are almost able to craft several copies of. And then Python, I think we actually did get the first copy of this, but we're a little ways away from being able to upgrade that several times over. So weapons-wise, lots of progress. On the Descendant end, I think I alluded to this a little bit last time, but we are very close to being able to get Ultimate Ajax. The one piece we have left is the Ultimate Ajax Code. Now this is the one piece that does not require additional crafting. It just drops directly as is, and I have spent a pretty decent amount of time trying to get it, but have not had any luck yet. All of the drops are 6% chance, unless you have one of the shape stabilizers, in which case it goes up to 10%. So basically, as soon as that drops, we will immediately be able to start crafting Ultimate Ajax. It does take over a day to make that craft happen, but it means that if we can squeeze that in at some point today, then we might be primed to have Ultimate Ajax be the next character that we play after Ultimate Lepic. Or at least level up, not to say that we'll never touch Ultimate Lepic again. But the other character, somewhat surprisingly perhaps, that we are getting close to, is Haley. Say what? The character who, you get all these crafting materials, for the most part, from doing the invasions, which we, of course, have, not had the best of luck with, but you can also get some of that stuff from doing the dungeons as well, the infiltration missions. But, we are just 12 of these data chips away, and this is, once again, just a matter of us needing the item, and then there's no additional crafts necessary to get this component. Once we have all 36 parts of it, we're ready to start crafting Haley. So, she also is quite close to being a character that we'll be able to start leveling up soon. So, those are the two that are the closest on the radar in terms of next on the list for leveling up after Ultimate Lepic. But of course, today will be Ultimate Lepic. But if you're wondering, hey, Liz, how the heck did you get the stuff to craft Haley? I did start doing the revisiting those missions, the invasions with the Ultimate Bunny that we have now spec'd, and have generally had pretty good success with them. I mean, they have become much easier, supposedly, the way the missions are structured, and then Bunny, obviously, is good. So that has also helped, for sure. But that's sort of what has happened over the past week or so since we were last checking in, and what our plan is for the coming days or week or so. What's up, Makov? How's it going? Making some decent progress, dare I say. And then in terms of, we're doing fine from a Kuiper Shard standpoint. Don't think that's ever really going to be much of an issue. And I have realized now, one of the reasons why I became a little more committed to doing those invasion missions is they drop a crazy amount of gold. Regardless of what reward you get in terms of the bronze, silver, or gold medal at the end of the invasion, based on your time, doesn't matter. You will get 1,250,000 gold. So 1.25 million gold per mission, and you can do 4 of those missions per day. So that amounts to 5 million gold per day just from invasions. And if you're doing reasonably well with them and it turns into mostly gold or near gold matches and you don't need to rerun those invasions because you messed something up, then that means extremely efficient from a gold per unit time basis. So that has certainly helped. And gold is certainly more of a constraint when it comes to upgrading modules, doing other crafting related things. So that has, I think, some potential to really help us out as well. But anyways, back to Lepic. That is going to be the primary thing, although actually, for what it's worth, I've not yet done today's invasion, so that might actually be the place where we ought to start here. And I can just show you how things have been going. I did set up some presets. I forget if we had done that last time or not, but now that we have a Ultimate Glay that is basically ready to go, still waiting on the, Shot Focus is the one combination only module that I've yet to get. That would be one way to further optimize her, and of course you can always fine-tune your external components a little bit further. But otherwise, she's ready to go from a bossing standpoint. And then Bunny, of course, has been the clear speed, general use case, and more recently, invasion character who has the damage, and clear speed, of course, to do that very well. The survivability is always the question mark, but it's, for the most part, been just enough that I've been able to squeak by with usually gold rewards for those invasions. It's typically maybe on average 3 golds, and then one of the 4 I get a silver because I die and have to respawn in the boss fight one time, or have some other slip up that slows me down along the way. So but overall she's been pretty effective for that. So why don't we use her here, and we'll switch on over to doing the invasions real quick. And if they all go according to plan, then shouldn't take us too long to do it. And fingers crossed, of course, that we happen to get the category of reward that gives us the one Haley piece that we have left. Like, we take a quick look here. Go back to what we're missing for Haley. It's this data chip. We have 24 out of 36. If you get a gold reward at the end for completing those invasions quickly, then you get 5 of either the data chip or, these other components. It's only, you can't get more than one. So we just cross our fingers that it happens to be this, and if we happen to get it twice today, then we'd be at 34 out of 36, and at that point, you hop into one of the dungeons that has the data chip as a potential reward at the end of it, and that's certainly grindable to get that, maybe even today. So, I mean, that's a little bit wishful thinking, so that's by no means guaranteed, and if we get a silver reward at the end, then of course it's worth a little bit less. It's only 3 of these data chips rather than a chunk of 5, so we'll see. But that's the ideal scenario. So let's take a look here. So there are 2 different spots each day, and we can do each of them, or complete each of them, twice. So let's see what the deal is here. Now, the type of enemy is what dictates which type of invasion mission you get. We tried out 2 different types when we were first looking at the invasion structure when the new expansion launched. We saw the ones where you have to step on the matching colored tiles to open a door. That supposedly, I believe, has become significantly easier. You do not need to stand on the tiles for nearly as long, so it's much more straightforward to do that. Much less of a risk that while you are getting the second and final tile that some other enemy steps on one of your first tiles and cancels out, and then you have to reapply that and so on and so forth, because that was an issue we were having before. So there's that one. There's also the one where you run around and destroy the little symbols on these monoliths, if you want to call them that are in and around the battlefield. And when you do that, it gives you basically a memory test where you have to recall, okay, this symbol is on the bottom, this symbol is the second from the bottom, so on and so forth. Once you have a decent sense of what order the symbols show up in, you have to find the matching drone and stand next to that drone a little bit, creates a little explosion, gives you a new weapon from that. You use that weapon to break open the door to go on to the next area. That's the other system that we saw. The one that we did not see is one where basically you just go about in an area and take down enemies as you usually would. They drop little items, much like one of the normal missions would have in the campaign. Once you collect enough of those items, you just go to a specific location, drop them off. You usually have to do that twice, and then once you've done that, you walk up to a door and you just destroy it with weapons or skills, just from pure damage, and then you move on to the next area. And that, across those 3 categories, are the 3 different types of things you can see in these encounters. So I don't remember what Legion of Immortality means in terms of which one of those we will see, but we'll just adapt as soon as we get there. There is always one pretty significant negative modifier here that you need to bear in mind. Now, in this case, its toxic skill power is significantly reduced. Fortunately, of course, for Bunny, that's not going to be an issue, but we need to keep an eye out, because if the other location's invasion mission has something that affects Bunny, then we could be in trouble. And that's a case to be made for having a second character that you feel okay with doing the invasion missions with, but thus far, I've just been doing Bunny and Bunny alone. So hoping that at least for the time being, we can get away with that. So we'll see which one this is. Of course, speed will be key. And with Bunny, that means, obviously you have the speed, but a lot of that comes from expending mana. So you want to be a little bit mindful of when and where you do choose to use it. Okay, so this is the one where we just take out the enemies. They drop these little things. This is the one we did not see before. So once we get 10 of these, or technically you can drop them off in any sort of increments to this spot we're looking at right now. Now we have 10. We aren't allowed to pick up more than 10 at a time. We have to drop it off right there, and then we just have to do another set. And once we have enough, this full set should be able to fill the box. Now it's at 100%, and we can go. This wall, once we redeem, once we collect all of those items, we can just break through it with damage. So the difficult part is just taking out the enemies, but overall, I think this is the most straightforward one. So we'll have that one more time just to advance to the next area, and then after that, we'll see the actual boss, and we will need to do this to break down what is basically a area that is giving the boss an invulnerability phase. And then once we've done that, we'll have a window of time in which we can attack the boss. Really quick, we can take down the boss in one phase. That'd be great. But that invulnerability phase comes back too quickly, then we'll have to take out all the... we'll have to do this same thing here. We'll have to collect all the artificial brains to break down the thing that's giving the invulnerability before we can attack the boss again. If I remember correctly, I have done this one once before, or at least in this location, this mission before, and I thought this one was a little bit trickier. I think the boss had decent damage. So here we see, this is the boss arena. We're still collecting these items. We need 10. We can cash it in. Now, if we die in this area, then we have to totally reset everything we had with the boss encounter itself. We don't have to restart the entire mission, but any damage that we've dealt to the boss, all that stuff gets reset. Here, okay, we have the last piece. Go over here, that should bring us far enough along. So now we have 24 seconds in total to damage the boss. Try to hit him. We need to be mindful of not going down, because if we do, as I just said, it basically resets everything, and that stinks. So trying to keep our mana up, because basically this remains our best way of dealing damage, is just running around and using this skill. You can see that yellow bar is going to mark when he gets the invulnerability back, and it's quite soon. The red bar is obviously his health. And one more hit, and we probably would have gotten him. So that does kind of stink, but such is the way of things. Okay, so now we need to be careful, though, because we really don't want to die at this stage. And he will regain shields while we are taking out these enemies. That's honestly the most frustrating part at times. Okay, and also the place where we redeem the artificial brains changes from one phase of the fight to the next. But he regains shields at this phase, so in some cases, if the boss has a ton of shields, and that's the primary thing you're doing, is spending a bunch of time trying to break through those. Oh, did we not? Oh, we need to go break this. Hold on. Break this first. Easy to forget. So if it takes a long time to get rid of the boss's shields, then sometimes that eats up almost all of this phase, and you make very little progress on the health bar, and that can make it very tricky. Fortunately, we made a lot of progress first go around, so we were able to finish that one with enough time to spare to still have it be gold. It did not give us the reward we would have liked. We're looking for the one that is the gold little chip. I think it's called the data chip. But, alas, we have no control over what variety it gives us. What mod creates those rays from Bunny? It's, High Voltage, I believe is the name. I can double check in just a second. Let's take a look. It is... Yes, High Voltage. It is exclusively Ultimate Bunny, not the normal Bunny. And it is obviously a Transcendent module, but it deals way more damage, and it has a better cooldown, so it's not as difficult to sustain it as it is for the normal Bunny. But yeah, I mean... Given how I was not sure that we were going to be able to make Bunny work for these encounters, because I did not necessarily think that she was going to have enough survivability to pull this off. But thus far, I mean, we obviously pulled that one off. We'll retry this one now again, because we can do each mission twice. There'll be, as I was saying before, another one with a different structure in a different location for the other two. This one will be the same system. But yeah, I mean, obviously Bunny is really fast. Like, that goes without saying. So, from a clear speed standpoint, she is typically one of, if not the best character for that purpose, and oftentimes by a somewhat significant margin at that. So, when you can use Bunny, it's generally good to use Bunny. Her biggest downside, or one of her biggest downsides, tends to be the lack of survivability. So that's why I had some doubts for these types of missions, but she's been just tanky enough to get by. Or more like she has just enough damage to cover for the fact that we are not tanky in most cases. But at times, we'll cut it a little bit close, and we probably will die at least once during one of these missions. And it will just be a matter of, how quickly can we recover from that? How much progress do we lose when it happens? We'll see. But yeah, I haven't been too worried about making sure we get gold for every single one of these. As I said, for the most part, it's been gold for most... Oh, here it is. Gold for most of the missions that we've done, with the occasional silver mixed in there, and especially given how the... Oh, we already have the next one now. Hold on. Carried away. Here we are. We burned through a whole lot of mana, though. That's a bit of an issue, because one of the reasons why we dealt so much damage in the first phase of the boss fight last time was because we had a lot of mana, so we basically had full uptime on our speed of light, which is not usually very common. I'm going to try to save most of our mana here unless we see a bunch of mana drop to get some there. Obviously, it does make us much faster, but given how we have that brief window in which to damage the boss, I think we want to prioritize saving the mana for that for the most part. Taken more damage than I would like to take. We can turn this in when there's just 2 hearts to redeem, but brains to redeem, I should say. But ideally, we would go in the full increments of 10. Yes, a little bit. Pass those in. This is the barrier that we need to destroy. It's right next to the box, so it didn't make that much of a difference. Now in this phase, now again, I don't love his positioning here. Last time he was pretty cooperative and stood in a place where we had some natural cover. We could just kind of dance around this. But he's just out of range of us doing that this time. Especially if he just retreats into that corner. So it makes us a little more susceptible to getting hit by his attacks, and we are a little bit susceptible to that. Okay, he's gone. Back to immune phase. We take out the normal dudes now. So as you saw, there are some cases where you can even take him out after just one phase. Either this guy or just in general in some of the other boss encounters for this type of mission. All of that right now? Well, I used basically all of it. If you can do it in 2 phases, then usually that is sufficient. Like we dealt way less damage that time. He has, oh, and we also forgot to do this, once again. So, you can see he has a little more than half health, and we still need to get rid of his shield bar as well. We did not do very much damage to him last time. So that's a little unfortunate. It might take us a 3rd phase to get him, and at that point we start to run the risk of not getting, in fact, we're not even using our single life, might as well do this. And I'm gonna get it there. So we might now, in fact, we're pretty likely to get the silver on this. In good job on the first phase. I mean, having low mana and I don't know what it is this time. It's over here now. This is the first time I've had to do 3 phases on this guy. But let's see. Really need to get some enemies here. We didn't drop one. That's very unfortunate. And we are 15 seconds away from being in silver territory. So I'm pretty much accepting the fact that that's going to happen at this point. So now we can hit him again. Here you see, even though he's on very low health, we still have to break through that shield, which still takes time. So between the low mana and the bad positioning of the first phase, that slowed us down. Ultimately led to us having to go for one more phase here. The reason why I sighed was I was gonna say, well, there's only a 1 in 4 chance that this was gonna give us the type of reward that we wanted anyway, and so maybe it won't even matter that we're gonna get slightly less out of this one than we did in the past. And then we got the one that we needed. So we did, in fact, miss out on one of the data chips. So that does kind of stink. I kind of wish, in a way, that it just gave us the one of the ones that we didn't need at all, and then we wouldn't have been hurt by that being a silver mission. But alas, I mean, it is still technically better, of course. 4 data chips better than it giving us a reward we didn't need. But in a way, you know, just because we lost out a little bit, doesn't feel great. But we do need to head back to Albion, because we can only do this specific one twice, and then we need to switch to the other type. Yeah, I think the mod comes from... It's one of the hard mode bosses. I think it might be the hard mode Pyromaniac that drops it, if I'm not mistaken. But it is very good. So when you do ultimately get it, I highly recommend building around it, because it has definitely made quite a difference for us. And I think it's one of the big differences between normal Bunny and Ultimate Bunny, because of course Ultimate Bunny does have slightly higher base stats than normal Bunny does, so it's kind of convenient from that standpoint, but I don't think that's a humongous difference maker. I think the big thing is that you can only use that Transcendent module with Ultimate Bunny. So that's the real thing that separates her from base Bunny. Let's just scrap some of this stuff, create some space. Don't think we'll need you. Okay. So yeah, I mean, ideally, we would see at least one more of these infiltration missions, or rather of these invasion missions, giving us the data chip, in which case we would get quite close to getting the last piece we need for Haley. Here you see it. It's this one we want. It's always going to be 1.25 million per mission, regardless of what trophy level you get. The trophy level only affects how many of these you get. But alright, so this one's Order of Truth. Again, I don't remember which one this actually is, structure-wise, but we will adapt. Hopefully, we can get back to getting golds. But I think it was a pretty good example of the difference between a gold type of run and a silver type of run. You know, it takes you one more phase to take down the boss. That's probably going to be a difference maker. Trying to remember which one this is, just based on the location. The locations do always have the same mission structure. This is definitely the one with the gun. Yeah, you can see from that. Okay, so we did see this one last time. So I've developed a bit of a system for this. So we'll see, we try to damage these things, and then the icons will show up. My system is always trying to start at the bottom and then work my way up from there, and that just helps to memorize the order. So like bottom is circle, and also the types of shapes I think have changed a little bit. They're just more straightforward, more obvious to identify. So it's circle, then X, then square. From bottom to top. Circle, X, square. It should be this one.
That drone seems to have similar technology to your inversion reinforcement device. If you
do this, we get the weapon.
Properties, I can adjust the output to cancel out the blast energy.
Just ignore the fact we're almost dead.
The drone has been destroyed and the
Now we do
inversion
this.
energy emitter has been exposed.
And then the second shot in particular sometimes does that. Sometimes, even though you have this charge up period, the second shot oftentimes fires very quickly. Not all the time, but that has at times thrown me off to the point where I miss the shot altogether. And that's actually very significant, because that oftentimes means that weapon only has a limited number of shots. So you might have to go out and do another round of memorizing the symbols and getting a new version of the gun. And that obviously adds time. So that is a little thing that can actually turn into a big thing. So it pays to just take an extra second to make sure you're lining things up. Now this is a tricky parkour section that, having done this mission a lot as the normal infiltration mission, I'm familiar with that shortcut. So that definitely helps. This other area, I would love to get health drop somewhere. It's kind of important right now. Okay, so we have like to start at the bottom again. Just helps keep, I mean, obviously you can start everywhere you want. It just helps me memorize what goes where. But on this occasion, okay, it's triangle bottom, then circle, triangle, circle, X. Triangle, square, X, that's not right. Triangle, that, okay, it should be this one. Triangle, circle, X, that's what we said, right? Hopefully, otherwise we're about to die. There we go. Okay, been working on Thunder Cage. Very nice. A couple of other weapons as well. It's like this one's far away as well, just to get over to the spot, so it would cost us in several ways if we were to mess this up, which of course I have now changed. Just gonna take a little bit of extra time, make sure I'm not accidentally missing one of those, but we don't, so we can get through. And as with basically all the missions, you have two of those sections where you just have to clear through the area, and then once you've done that, you'll head over to the boss fight, and that's where you'll have to do the mechanic in order to be able to damage the boss. So that's what we have here. Once again, trying to start at the bottom and work our way up, just to know what we're dealing with and to be organized about it. Oh, that would be a little bit closer. X is separated. Okay. Triangle is bottom. It's triangle, X, circle. Triangle, X, circle. Not that. Triangle, X, circle. Not that. Must be this one. Triangle, X, circle. Perfect. One. That is the boss over here. This guy, if I remember correctly, has some pretty good damage, but he's squishy. Which is significant because we might be about to die. If we get hit, we will die, in all likelihood. Yes. I don't know if you see how much health we have. You might not, because we have basically none. Also, the boss snuck up behind me, which I did not realize at first. However, we've almost killed the boss. Except I've accidentally fallen off the edge. Except we've killed the boss as I fell off the edge. Alright, so, we did succeed. It's a little hard to tell, because we had high voltage activate doing the electric pulses as I fell down there. But there you go. It was gold. That's one way to do it. Now, of course, when we get the gold one, it's back to one of the types that we don't need, but obviously there's a 3 out of 4 chance we get one of the ones that is not currently necessary for us. So, okay. Just pick up a little bit of the loot, I suppose. Or those might actually be, despite showing up on the map, those might actually be in a different area altogether. Alright, I mean, it's not critically important. But let's here so we can just reset. Whatever works, right? I mean, it was very fast. We beat the gold time with a whole bunch of time to spare, But we did, we were extremely close to dying there, which would have made us need to redo at least that final room there with the boss. But in that case, we only needed one phase to destroy the boss, and saw just how much of a difference that made in terms of speed. Okay, so that's not the bottom one. For a second. It's X, square, triangle. Not this. X, square, triangle. I think Queens is the one all the way up here. Very far away. Wait, what? It's not? X, square, triangle, right? Where is it? There are only 3. Are there ever 4? Oh no, it's over here. Apparently I went right past it. X, square, triangle. Yeah, we have 9 minutes to get the gold for this, and I think we took just over 4 minutes last time, so we might have done it in less than half the necessary time. Less than half the threshold. That has to do with us being relatively efficient with the whole memorization thing, these parts, as well as taking out the boss in just one phase. So we would have had a fair bit of wiggle room. Even if we had not been that efficient, we still could have jumped on a bit. I'm going to use some of our MP here, just because we have a decent bit of ground to cover. So this is, of course, one of the main benefits of taking Bunny, is this you cannot do with other characters. There are other characters who have movement speed, skills, yes, but they aren't as fast as Bunny. But I want to make sure we have at least a little bit left for when we get to, ooh, I canceled that. Don't do that. And now I have to wait to get the grapple off cooldown, which I also need to wait for here. Okay, that was actually a close call. It all stemmed from accidentally doing an extra grapple. Okay. Here, square at the bottom, come down immediately. Ones can tell us what we want. Oh no, wait, what? Okay, hold on. Circle on the bottom, square second for bottom. Okay, good thing we double checked. Circle, square, triangle. Circle, square, triangle. So I think just having a system that you always go by in terms of which positions you're looking for makes it a lot easier to do these. Because if you're just going based on the first one that you see and it's one of the middle ones, then it just feels really hard to keep track of what's where, and then you have to go back and double check, and that just adds time and complexity. So I like just having a system, a plan for how I'm going to approach it, even if, you know, sometimes the bottom symbol is the last one that I see. Like in that case, okay, maybe you go from the top and work your way down. That's, of course, also an option, but just having that plan from the get-go, I think, makes a pretty big difference. I don't like how far away this one is, because it's hard to get it with Bunny, but it is in range. Okay, it's X at the bottom. Just a little bit. X, then, oop, hold on. Oh, I thought that was the edge. Okay, no, we're good. X, then square. Circle at the top. This triangle should be in the third spot. Yeah. X, square, triangle. X, square, triangle. Not that. X, square, triangle. What's this? And this is also where the boss is, so it's kind of convenient from that standpoint. Outside of the part where the boss is currently damaging us. And every other enemy does not damage us in that case. Except, oh, did I miss? I missed. Wait. Some of those, at least. I missed again? There we go. Okay, I did not realize it was going to give us that many attempts. I really expected for that weapon to run out of ammunition. I thought we were just going to force ourselves to do a whole nother round. This boss has a lot of damage, as we saw last time. Careful. Fire. deliberately changing direction sometimes to try to stay with some cover in between us and the boss. We took him out. Not quite as fast as it was the last time, but still well within the gold range. Once again, not the specific reward that we wanted for Haley purposes, but we'll take it. It does still give us a ton of gold and also some experience, which we didn't even talk about, of the inversion reinforcement variety. So yeah, more of that. We need the gold one, not that, but we have gotten some pretty decent XP here. In fact, we got just enough to get one more level of this, so we're now inversion reinforcer level 23. So I have in the past several weeks now maxed out 3 of these categories. I think we had started with, might have been recovery? Yeah, I think it was recovery, so we might have already had this maxed out at the time when we were playing last session, but these 2 are now both maxed out as well, and I've started working toward this category as well. Basically, this one is, various forms of either MP, shield, or what's this one? Or HP recovery. This one is max shield, or max health, max shields, max mana, defense, and then this one is elemental resistances of various varieties. This one is damage reduction against specific categories of enemies, and then this one is helping you in specific types of invasion missions. As it sends us back to Albion for AFK. No worries, Macco. Thanks for stopping by. So basically, I tried to prioritize the ones that have most general applicability, and then obviously, to the extent that we set these ones up, I mean, these are, you do always fight one of these types of enemies. Well, in this case, it's actually intercept battles, so the colossi, but then Legion of Immortality, Order of Truth, Legion of Darkness, they really don't have an individual identity to me, so that's part of the reason why I didn't prioritize these, because, if you were more mindful of that, then yes, you could always make a point of setting whichever one of these is applicable to the enemies you're about to run into, and then it's helpful. But since I tend not to do that, I look more for things like, okay, I would like health, generally speaking, which is what those 2 things do, so that's useful. And then this one with the attributes, yeah, that is also a matter of specific circumstance. Obviously, if you're going into, say, this one's chill resistance, so if you're going into like a Dead Bride fight, then great. If you're going against Pyromaniac, not so great. So, at least for the Colossi, it's very obvious which element you're going to want resistance for, although I still don't really make much of a point of remembering to update this. But it is also the case for even just basic zones as well. Okay, so we cannot do any more of the invasions today. We actually could spend one of those invasion points, although the first 3 only cost 1 point. This third and final one requires these all require 1 point. The last one requires 3 points, so we cannot get this. And then the very last one here gets unlocked automatically once you get all the other ones. So this is kind of just a freebie. So I would like to get this, so we get this freebie. But if we wanted to spend that 1 point that we have right now, the only place we could spend it would be here. And this one gives additional defense when you're standing on one of the tiles in that memorization type mission, the one that we did not see today. But again, if you're really mindful of setting yourself up to activate whichever one is applicable to the mission you're about to go into, then great. But I don't remember which enemy type is which, and that's what determines which type of mission you're gonna have. So, at least for me personally, this is gonna be the last category that I get, and even then it's probably mostly gonna be for eventually getting this freebie unlocked, which is generally applicable regardless of what type of mission you're in. Yeah. So, oh well, I think we'll just save this 1 point in that case. But that gives us a little more progress toward Haley. I think that means that now we need how much? We need another 8, which is basically either 2 silver missions or 2 silver invasions with this type of reward, a gold and a bronze mission with this type of reward, or mixing in some of the end area dungeons that happen to have this as, I forget if it's always a 50% drop, it might be lower percentage chance of that, but it drops in much lower quantities in that case. So I think now it is time for us to shift gears over to leveling up Ultimate Lepic. And now, I don't think we're going to have a ton of time to do that, so I don't know how many times we're going to be able to max him out at 40. Maybe just 1. It'd be great if we could get at least 2. But let's make the switch, and then we'll probably activate one of those XP enhancers, although we're not going to get the full 5 hours out of it, I don't think, because it is a work night for me, and it's already getting a little bit late, so I think we might just settle for only getting, a few hours worth of that booster. But it's not as if, the character stops getting any and all XP when the boosters are gone, and it's not as if we, lose all of our gold and Kuiper shards if we waste any of that bonus time. But let's take a look at what the actual skills are here for Ultimate Lepic. So, of course, we've probably seen many other people using Lepic using these types of skills, but you have the standard grenade, just grenade throw. It's fire. Lepic is a fire character. It's tech. So throws grenade forward, dealing burst damage. Let's see. It has 5-meter radius. Obviously, you're throwing it, so it's not right next to you when you do this. And then the skill power number, I mean, I always need to see the skill power numbers next to each other to have any sense of just how big that is, because 487.3% sounds like a lot, but I don't know. How does that compare to VS's starting ability? Well, it's like half that. But then she's at level 40 and has modules and what have you, so obviously that's not really a fair comparison. But anyways, other things, we have Overclock, which, let's see, inflicts burn on enemies damaged by the grenade throw or overkill, which I think is going to be the last skill that we see. So it's basically a setup skill of sorts. So how exactly does this work? You have actually what is a pretty long duration to get this bonus, and yet it increases the damage of your other skills by 20%. Okay. And then the burn duration on those skills is about 3 seconds, and it deals little procs of burn damage every second, so it's basically 3 procs of burn damage in total. And okay, yeah, the continuous damage is, I mean, again, it's not a huge number. That's less than the base damage was on the grenade throw, but if you consider that that's proccing multiple times, then okay, that's not too bad. Then the traction grenade, which is really cool. It just looks awesome. So it throws a traction grenade forward to inflict toad on enemies within range. So it has a 9-meter radius, which is pretty huge from a base radius standpoint. And of course, given how it has a max expendable range of 300%, we could make it much, much bigger still. Fairly short duration, 2 seconds there, but you can see from the graphic what that actually means. Is it basically just is a crowd control tool that grabs all the enemies and throws them into the air like that and makes them incapable of attacking you for the time being. And if you have either a weapon or skills that deal damage in an area of effect, then you have a great place to aim those things. So also a bit of a setup skill. But then I think this overkill is the big damage dealer. So this equips a unique weapon, and while that unique weapon is equipped, MP is continuously consumed. When MP runs out, the weapon is unequipped. So you basically spam the weapon until you run out of MP. Enemies hit by this weapon, by the bullets from this weapon, take burst damage. The impact point of the unique weapon creates a damage zone, dealing continuous damage. So basically, it fires these energy projectiles, and it deals damage with the upfront hit, and then also has a damage over time. So, the, yeah. If I don't know if you see the number there for the burst damage is a lot higher than the other numbers we were seeing before, and if you bear in mind that you can use that skill multiple times until you run out of mana, that seems like a pretty good deal. And then continuous damage as well, not nearly as big, but it is still existent. And then the duration is long enough that, okay, that starts to add up a little bit. And, okay. Continuous damage interval, it procs damage every half second rather than every second, so, okay, that's nice as well. The damage radius, 5 meters, again, it's not bad. Not bad AoE, but this is the thing that is incredible for taking down the colossi, at least from what I've seen from other people. So I think the main thing we're going to be trying to do is set this up to deal as much damage as possible. I think the tricky thing is the cooldown for this is pretty long. I mean, relative to other ultimate skills, I don't know if it's that much longer, but this, I think, is just so much of a focal point of what we're going to want to do with Ultimate Lepic that apparently I've heard sometimes the name of the game is you use this skill immediately against the colossi, and then you basically want to go down after that, because if you do and someone revives you, all of your skills come off cooldown, so it's basically a way to cheat how long you would normally take to get the skill back from cooldown. So if you just use it, go down, get revived, you can use it again immediately. Rinse, repeat, and you're gonna get way more of these ultimate skills off before the boss fight is over. Then the passive skill, let's see, upon receiving fatal damage, gains Close Call. While Close Call is active, grants damage immunity and immobilization. When Close Call ends, recover HP proportional to own max HP. You had me until the last part there. So it basically gives you a little bit of time to still live, even after you would usually go down. Close Call's active grants damage immunity. You can't take damage during that 5-ish second phase. Then when that phase ends, you recover HP proportional to own... You just come back with half HP? That's the part that seems too good to be true. I feel like I'm not understanding that fully, or I'm missing out on some constraint. I mean, it has a humongous cooldown of 10 minutes, so maybe that's the catch. And maybe that's a way that you can kind of circumvent the cooldown, is you don't even need necessarily to have a teammate revive you. You can just rely on your own passive ability to do it. So that's what we're working with from a skills standpoint. In terms of modules, now, as I said, I don't have a great sense. And let's just make sure we're looking at all of them. One thing we should definitely take a look at, would be good to know, is to what extent is there a Transcendent module that appeals to us? Because if there is one that we want to use, then usually that is something you want to very deliberately build around. And I don't know if any of them are going to be crucial to our build. So part of me feels like, especially since we don't have a ton of time to work on Lepic today, maybe we just try to keep it super simple, straightforward for the time being. Don't go into anything that may be wrong or may not be something that we want to focus on long term. And then later on, once we've had a little bit more time to play him, test him out, see what we like about him, see what we don't like about him, we'll have a better feel for, yes, this is the type of thing we want to prioritize, or no, this is not the type of thing we want to build around. So let's just see what we have. I think we have all of his Transcendent modules. At this point, we're actually pretty close to having all of them. I think there are a few Glay ones that are either only possible to get from combining, or are only available from the later bosses that we have yet to fight. And then there are some Enzo ones that you can only get from unlocking the super rare creepy crypto dude encounters. I actually did get one of those this past week very recently, although I think it was potentially one of his worst ones, but that's an aside. For Lepic, reloading weapon increases skill range. Changing weapons increases skill power. Okay. I mean, it seems like, again, we're going to try to build around this ultimate skill and mostly use Lepic as a bossing character. I think I heard some people saying that it is possible to use him as a clear speed character, although I kind of feel like it's pretty hard to justify using him for that when you have Ultimate Bunny, who is just incredible for that purpose. So, I mean, yes, if you're getting sick of Ultimate Bunny, maybe you could make the case for using Ultimate Lepic for clear speed, but I think he's going to have more of a use for us for just pure DPS glass cannon boss fights. So I think overkill is key, and changing weapon increasing skill power sounds like that could make our ultimate more effective. I don't know how significant that is. So the tricky thing with all these Transcendent modules is they never give numerical values for these things. So, I mean, it's Transcendent. I would assume that it's pretty significant, but I just don't know. So that might be worth considering. Then we have modifies grenade throw to be charged up to 3 times. Grenade charges once whenever a certain amount of ammo is consumed. Okay, this feels like a clear speed setup where you basically, by firing your weapon a whole bunch, can make it easier to spam your basic skill, your grenade, and that becomes a way to take out more enemies more quickly. I doubt that's something that would be a big deal for boss fights. Maybe I'm wrong, but just looking at the damage numbers here, this is, a fifth of the damage, less than a fifth of the damage than you get from the ultimate skill. So I think we would probably hold off on this, unless we did for some reason choose to go the clear speed route with Lepic. Nerve infiltration overclock, which is... which one? Not overkill, overclock. That's the one that gives us a damage bonus on our other skills. So that no longer inflicts burn. Instead, it inflicts weaken regeneration. So... also something that I feel like needs a lot more description, a lot more context. Okay, we know what we're losing. We're missing out on the additional burn damage over time that we would otherwise apply to our skills. It sounds like we still get that 20% damage multiplier. So that's probably means we're keeping the big part. We're missing out on the smaller bonus from this. So the downside isn't that bad, but does weaken regeneration mean that we're getting rid of the enemy's healing? Does it mean something else entirely? I'm not really sure, because there aren't that many enemies that heal. So that feels like that would be a very limited use case, but if it does other things that debuff the enemy, then maybe that is significantly better than inflicting the burn, and maybe it is reason enough to use this, but I'm skeptical. Regenerative braking, chance to recover MP when using a skill. And that sounds very simple, but that might actually be very helpful. If you bear in mind that when it comes to the ultimate skill, Overkill, we can spam this until we run out of mana, or it might be... wait, while this unique weapon is equipped, MP is continuously consumed. When MP runs out, this weapon is unequipped. It says that, but then it also has that duration. It has 2 different durations. It's just normal duration, 8 seconds, then it has continuous damage duration, 4 seconds. What I'm wondering is the 8-second duration the maximum amount of time you have with this ultimate weapon equipped? Regardless of whether you, like, even if you activate this and never fire it at all, and therefore never use any mana at all, you will still have the skill expire after 8 seconds. That's like the hard cap on how long you can have it go for. And then that 4-second duration is just the dot duration for the skill itself. That seems like that's much more straightforward. But the point there being, if we are always going to run into that 8 seconds being the absolute maximum amount of time that we can have this skill active for, then is that going to be the bottleneck that prevents us from spamming this skill nonstop, or is it going to be the mana cost? Because I imagine one of those things is probably going to be a lot more significant than the other. If mana is the thing that is cutting this skill short, then reducing the mana cost is actually a very big deal, and this could very much be worth building around. If it's not the mana, but the 8-second hard cap duration that is the limiter, then at that point, skill duration modifiers become more significant, and that is more about other modules. Doesn't have to be Transcendent in that case, and actually, we can get non-Transcendent modules that affect MP cost as well, but once again, we don't have numerical values on this, so is it just that the amount that this reduces the MP is so much better than the other modules that it's reason to use this instead of other modules? I don't know. Then this one, power unit change, overclock no longer increases skill power, increases firearm attack instead. Now overclock is once again this passive, right? So yeah, this is a way to improve your skill damage, but if it gets changed to apply to weapon damage instead, then suddenly it would seem like you could turn Lepic into a very solid weapon-based character, which I had not even realized was the case. Because, 20% damage, that might be close to how much damage you get from Glay switching into her frenzied mode. And obviously Glay is one of, if not the best character when it comes to base weapon damage, outside of Haley's crazy burst of damage. So that's not the direction I thought we would be going in, but that intrigues me a little bit. And then lastly, we have increased efficiency. MP is no longer consumed while the unique weapon is active. Okay, that feels like that's just a better version of regenerative braking, but what's the catch? It consumes MP when attacking... no longer consumed while unique weapon is active. It consumes MP when attacking with the unique weapon. I assumed that was the case already. It recovers MP when unique weapon lands a critical hit. Oh. Okay. I think this is the one we're going to use. Because the dots are starting to connect a little bit here. Because I thought I remembered people saying that crit is key with Lepic. And to a certain extent, my thought process has always been, well, duh. Crit is important for every character because that's going to almost always be one of the best ways to scale your damage. But this would be a way in which crit would be even more important for Lepic if you have your ultimate skill in some ways depending on you getting crits in order to sustain it, then that starts to make sense. So I'm a little hesitant to just immediately max this out because this is Transcendent, so it takes a bunch of gold and Kuiper, although that's a little bit less of a constraint, to do that. So maybe we'll hold off for the time being, but I think this is likely to be the piece that we would look to use in that Transcendent slot. And remember, you can only use one of the Transcendent modules at any given point in time. So if that is the case, consumes MP when attacking, and recover MP when unique weapon lands a critical hit. I think that means we want to build around crit. MP might not actually be as important for us to scale if this just becomes our exclusive way of dealing with MP. Because if you can basically solve all MP problems with one module, then okay, that starts to become pretty helpful. And since we can basically solve MP issues by scaling crit, we're kind of killing two birds with one stone. So I think that means, as we kind of suspected, yes, crit is going to be key. And then there was that other question of, do we actually want to go down to help reset our cooldowns? Does that mean we might not want to invest in things like health? Whereas otherwise you would say that would be one of the safer bets. Not entirely sure there. But I think crit is the obvious place to start. So let's see what we can do from a crit standpoint. We should have some things that are maxed out here. So if we go crit rate, and we see Ultimate Lepic already starts with some of these things available. So that is really helpful. We get the crit rate, we get the crit damage. We'd like to get the additional crit damage here as well. That does not fit one of these guys here. I mean, at least for leveling up, of course, it would be nice to have some survivability, so we aren't immediately going down all the time. We go... just see what matches here. Well, actually, you know what? Just go all. Let's go HP. Let's see what categories HP can fall into. Can we get it with the R or the M? Ideally, we would. Duration, HP healing, not exactly what I had in mind. Yeah, I guess we'll combine both. Why not? Yes, that's the one we were just looking at, but what about this one? Cooldown better. Okay. Better cooldowns and some additional HP. It's not the maximum amount of HP, it's not the maximum amount of cooldown, but those are, one would think, two big things for us. And if we aren't relying on the whole deliberately die thing, then cooldowns are still important. So then, with 12 module capacity left, it's not going to be enough for a fully maxed out HP modify. Is it? Well, if we did this, it would be. But once again, that fits in there. So it's not even what I'm thinking of. What I am thinking of is probably not this where we sacrifice MP. That's more of a Glay thing. Or shields. That's also more of a Glay thing. I'm thinking, like, can we just throw this on and we can't squeeze it in? That kind of stinks. Puts us in a bit of a tough spot. I mean, this is just enough. Happens to match the amount of module capacity we have, so maybe we'll just throw that in for the time being. That means we have increased the duration of this a little bit. We have improved the cooldown a little bit as well. I mean, if you factor in all the cooldown reduction related stuff we've done for characters like Bunny, then I have to imagine we could get that cooldown to be pretty low. But there's an opportunity cost. As with any module, you take one module, you're investing a lot of module capacity with that, you're using up some of the slots, and that means you can't take something else. So, we might be missing out on crit or health, as we were talking about before, if that's something we want to be scaling. So, we'll see. Oh, obviously, hold on, wait, this changes everything. I forgot. It's been so long since we had to do this for a character. Throw that in. Well, I guess every time we do a new character, but it's not top of the mind. So, hold on. Now we could throw in the full-blown HP. Give ourselves a little more room to work with there. And now we have, 6 to spare? That means we... How much did that other one cost that we were looking at before? That R one? I thought that was a 12 that would get reduced down to 6. Was it? You do this. Skill duration, HP healing. I mean, not that that's perfect, but it does fit nicely. So again, just for the time being, bit of a placeholder one. We'll go for it. Oh, I mean, I guess we could also, if we really wanted to, see if there are things we can do to customize the appearance. But I do really like the way that Ultimate Lepic looks. I feel like the preview they have for him looks much worse than the actual in-game model does. I feel like he doesn't look that good when you're just looking at him in the unlock screen. But once you actually have him, I feel like it's the color of his armor is a little bit different, or it just looks better, simply put. We do have a little bit of stuff here. You throw that on. Don't really like that. By that I mean we should not use it. Okay. Oh, hold on. Chest attachment. Throw a pizza on there. I don't know, these sometimes look a little clunky, but this one I find oftentimes it's fairly well. It doesn't really match the color scheme, though. This, which is fairly new, stands out a little bit too much. That definitely stands out too much. The pizza? No. No, I think we go with nothing there. Back attachments. This one is the most subtle, but also doesn't quite match color scheme-wise. I don't know. I don't know. No, thank you. And no, thank you. All right. Yeah, no, I mean, I think he looks best just as is. Oh, did we have... Hold on. We have just a body skin? I don't really think we want to change this, but we go to a different colored version of base Lepic's armor, but you know what? I definitely prefer Ultimate Lepic. Yeah, sure. Why not? All right. So now... clear out our inventory just because I apparently forgot to do that. But I think we'll throw on an XP booster. We'll probably hop into some end area dungeons. There are one or two that we've deliberately targeted in the past as ones that were the more efficient for XP purposes, but we might potentially make a little bit of compromises if there's a specific type of amorphous material that we want, or if there's a specific one that gives us the chance of getting that one Haley piece that we're still missing. So why don't we just take a second to scope out which zone we want to do, and then we'll activate one of those XP boosters and get going. As I said, we're not going to be able to, take advantage of all 5 hours of that XP booster, because it's not going to be possible for me to do that today, but we've actually accumulated a pretty significant number of them at this point, so not too concerned about min-maxing every last one of them. I think we have way more XP boosters than we have characters that we are looking to level up right now. So let's see. The ones that we have used in the past have been Magister Lab. This can give us Ultimate Fiesta Enhanced Cells. I think I do have that. So we did this one so many times that I've gotten basically all these things a bazillion times over. Besides the Crystallization Catalyst, which still have a constant need for. Go the other route, Ajax Enhanced Cells. We do already have that Ajax piece. I think we have basically all those pieces as well. So not great from that standpoint. Does it tell us which of the Haley pieces we can get from the dungeons? Oops. Because I'm not seeing any here. It might just be that this one can't give you anything at all, but what about, like, does this one tell us anything about Haley pieces? Here or here? It might be here that I should really be looking. Yeah, it wouldn't be on the amorphous material. Yeah. No, it's not there. Just double check. Was I looking in the right place before? Not seeing it here, but it's definitely a chance to drop in some dungeons. Does it just not tell us in advance and we just kind of need to guess? Does sort of seem like that. Okay, so I guess, at least from the onset, that is not going to be a distinguishing factor if we figure out, after finishing a couple of dungeons, that, hey, this one does give us the one we want, or this one doesn't give us the one we want, then that may influence our decision. So I guess that means, for now, we'll focus mostly on just amorphous materials, and if we happen to know that it's good for XP purposes. So, as I said, the rewards here from the amorphous materials from Magister Lab don't really need those. Other ones that we know we've used in the past, what we doing last time? Was it the shelter? Might have been. This one looks familiar. Pretty sure I've used this for grinding in the past. What does this one give us? Ajax Code. Okay, so Ajax Code is possibly the highest priority item for us right now, so from that standpoint, I would kind of like to target that. Alternatively, we have basically all those things. Oh, did I mention? I'm not sure that I did. There's one other character that we're one piece away from getting. In fact, we really have all the pieces for him. That is Eugen. We have all the pieces already crafted, ready to go, with the exception of one. And for that one piece, we have the what would usually be considered the most difficult component. It's just that there's one really annoying typical crafting resource that just is hard to get in high quantities. So I have been struggling to find a good mission to farm it. So that has held me back from getting that last Eugen piece. But Eugen technically could be our next character we end up going for if that happens to be something that I can get a little bit more of. But that means we don't need the Eugen piece here. But I do kind of like that Ajax coat. So I'm thinking this will probably be what we go for. The Smithereens, don't care about it at all. We've already maxed that out. Crystallization Catalyst, always useful, so that's not bad. Glay, base Glay, obviously not needed. Enduring Legacy Synthetic Fiber, I think that's the one Enduring Legacy piece that we have a bazillion copies of, so that doesn't really matter either. It's all about the Ultimate Ajax and Crystallization Catalyst, but those are the two most important things for us right now by most accounts, so I think that's reason enough. Other things here, I mean, again, if it happens to give us the data chips or whatever they're called for Haley, then perfect. If not, this may still be good enough for us to go for it. In terms of XP, I think it's decent. I feel like we were doing it not just for grinding purpose, not just for amorphous material purpose, but for actual XP purposes at some point. But I may be misremembering. So let's throw on one of the XP boosters. And I guess we have a little bit of the Kuiper Shard rewards as well. Not that those are critical need at the moment, but here you see we have just a ton of these XP boosters, so I don't think we need to be too worried about perfectly optimizing them. But okay, that is now active, so let's go. Let's do this. We'll do the Shelter, we'll do Ultimate Ajax, and we'll do the max difficulty version. Obviously, as a level 1 character, that is a little bit tough, but I think we can still get by. We have a very highly upgraded weapon with Greg's Reverse Fate, so that obviously helps as well. Oh, reactor-wise, we haven't thrown on a reactor for us yet. I mean, we're probably not going to be using much of our skills at the very early stages anyway, but we should make that swap at some point and try to find a good reactor for Lepic. We have
Alpha here.
not really gone
Mission to
out of our
recapture
way,
the shelter.
at least I have not really gone out of my way thus far to get something for Lepic, reactor-wise, but there was one or two times where I saw something that seemed like it might be helpful for him. It's not like we're starting completely from scratch. We might actually have something that's at least half decent to throw on, but we'll have to take it. We probably should not be at the front, given how we are a level 2 character now. Yeah, I remember this mission pretty well. Definitely done this one a fair bit. We'll be the pack mule. They'll do the heavy lifting, we'll do the dirty work. Sometimes enemies who spawn there, like just then. They had not yet done so. They had not yet dropped these things, but they have the ones on this side. I believe this is the super stagger bazillion times boss, which I thought was the one that we were facing a bunch last time. Maybe I'm misremembering though. Kind of curious to see just how much HP we have, especially at these early stages. I think Ultimate Lepic from a base stat standpoint, I have to look how he stacks up relative to other characters. Obviously his base stats would be higher than normal Lepic. Which one? Usually it's only one or two stats that are higher than the base version. It's not like every single stat is higher. So it would be interesting to see where it is that Ultimate Lepic gets those improvements. One other, just thinking of things that are somewhat notable that I've done in the meantime. One other thing is that there was, / might still be, a good place to farm the reactors for several characters. In fact, well, mostly for Ajax. Just trying to think if there might have been a situation in which that would have given us a reactor for Lepic, but I don't think so. It's there. For Ajax, it's tech and non-elemental reactors. And obviously, for Lepic, it's fire, not non-elemental. So, don't think there's going to be much of that there. But we got some good, not great, not perfect by any means, reactors for Ajax. So assuming that he is one of, if not the next character that we try to set up, then that gives us a decent starting point for him. Curious to see where we stand, though, from a Lepic reactor standpoint. One of the nice things is that, even as we're starting as a low-level character, we still have the fully leveled up Greg's Reverse Fate to work with. So from a weapon damage standpoint, we're still functioning at basically full capacity. Obviously, we built Lepic further into that weapon damage. It's not like we're at clay levels. Well, apparently, if we were to use one of those Transcendent modules, it's not that bad to go in that direction. I just don't think that's going to be the thing that we prioritize here. At least not initially. The other. I'm only seeing, yes. Oh no, easier. Okay, no worries. And probably shouldn't be. Actually, is this the one that, is the infinite stun guy, or is this the one that is, because that's sort of the first of the two, dungeon encounters of Vespers, is where this is based. Or is this the second of the two? No, I think this is actually the second of the two, which, yeah. Okay, at one point in time, this guy was the final boss of the game in the beta. As far as you can go. Well, I mean, outside of the bosses, right? I was doing this a bit, but it's not the one that I originally thought it was. Here. Does have freezing. Throw a grenade at him. Even if we don't even have a good reactor for that. I have no clue what reactor we have on right now. I think it's bunnies, in which case it's an electric reactor, so it's not really helping much. Probably cooldown and toss. And singular, which also doesn't help. someone else using Greg's reverse fate as well? That's truly only us making all those bombardments. Like a lot. Technically, Greg's reverse fate in one or two ways we have built specifically to optimize around
Return to HQ, Descendant.
around Clay. I think we'll get by. Not bad. In terms of the rewards at the end of the mission there, at least. Obviously get decent XP as well. Did we get any Haley stuff? No. Okay, so it doesn't really tell us if that's something we want to do or if we want to keep on doing this one for Haley purposes, but actually go back to that page just so we can yeah, we'll restart the mission, take a second to clear out our inventory, and then if we have time, we'll try to find a new reactor we can quickly throw on. It is of the fire, and I think it's tech is what we really like. We have one with Executor, one with Secret Garden, which I actually think would be a good weapon for Lepic as well. Duration and range is probably not the other stats we'd like to see on it, but they work. They're just not ideal, I don't think. And we don't have Secret Garden right now. We're currently researching it. So, yeah, we're loading in now. We'll probably just throw one of those on for the time being. Just woke up from a nap. How's it going, Big Country? We are just getting started to with leveling up Ultimate Lepic. We did some invasions earlier.
Alpha here.
We threw on some modules, but we haven't really upgraded anything new yet. We forgot about throwing on a good reactor for him, so at the moment we're just using the leftover reactor for money. That's obviously not ideal. Take a minute to find a proper reactor for him. We have some that have very basic stuff. Fire tech. We can do that right now, but we might have something better in storage. Lepic has not really been a character that I've gone that much out of the way to reactor farm for, so don't think we're gonna have anything perfect by any means. We'll have to compromise with this for the time being. Doing this this specific dungeon mostly because it gives us the amorphous material for the Ultimate Ajax code, which is the last piece we need for Ultimate Ajax. Everything else we have, and we've already crafted it up, so as soon as we get that Ultimate Ajax code, we can immediately start doing the full-blown craft for him. And he is, by most, but not all accounts, probably the next character that we would want to use. Unless we happen to get that last little bit of stuff we need for Haley, or I just go out of the way to farm missions that are annoying to farm in order to get the last few crafting materials for Eugen. Really someone that I had been planning to put a lot of time or effort into. He's a new character and that he did not exist in the beta, so I've never played him. And then I don't see other people playing him very often either. I just don't have a lot to go off of for him. I mean, obviously, he's a support character who has healing abilities, and then he has a Transcendent module that we do have that supposedly can turn him into a decent clear speed character. But that's still almost exclusively theory. Not a lot of real experience or even second-hand experience with him. I'm seeing other people use him, so not really thought that we were going to do much with him, at least not anytime soon. If he happens to be the next character that we unlock, then maybe that'll be the direction we end up going in. So that's where we stand. Otherwise, we've been farming up the materials for many different weapons. We currently have our first secret garden that is in the process of getting crafted, and then we have the materials for 1.5 more on top of what we are getting right now. So we cannot yet max it out, but we're closer to being able to get a maxed out secret garden. It might not take us that much longer, at least in terms of material farming to do it. Obviously, it takes a little time to finish all the crafts. Really, using one of the best late game bossers. Are you thinking of that mostly from a gluttony standpoint, specifically? Is that what you mean by specifically late game bosser? That just seems like the meaningful distinction there is gluttony versus non-gluttony. I know you had said in the past how there can be a bit of a difference. Some characters good against most bosses, but then fall off considerably for gluttony, and then maybe Eugen is the other way around. They're fairly low as well. In fact, they're actually lower than we are. This is only our second dungeon. Yeah, that is the case for him? Okay, interesting. Because obviously we have not yet made it to gluttony. So although that is not currently a major factor, at some point, one would assume we will be at that stage. So yeah, I guess I'm just not sure what to think about when it comes to Eugen. I feel like I know much less about him. What I do know about him is, again, largely... Ooh, that was close. Just theory. Not a lot of practice, experience. Even of the secondhand variety of things. Unlike, say, Ultimate Lepic, who, despite not having played him at all, and at least when it comes to base Lepic, having been the longest since I last played him relative to every other character in the game, who I had some experience with. At least in that case, I've seen plenty of Ultimate Lepics in Colossus fights who use the ultimate skill and delete the bosses. So I've at least been able to look at that and go, oh, that's cool. I'd like to be able to do that. Oh, thank you for bouncing off the wall. I did not know the grenade was going to do that. Otherwise, I was definitely going to miss. Ooh, nope, not quick enough. So yeah, I've actually, just going back to the Ultimate Ajax farming topic, actually farmed up a pretty decent bit of amorph materials for him, but I've not had any luck with it yet. As I was saying before, they're all 6%, unless you get one of the stabilizers, in which case you get it up to 10%, but even with some of those, I think I was doing one of the stealth missions for it. Maybe it was or maybe it was a boss fight. And either way, I did the math for it and found that I had a little bit more than a 50% chance to get the material, to get the code, and didn't end up getting it. And then that was just from one go round with a lot of those materials stored up. And then factor in a few more materials in smaller quantities here and there that I used, and probably have been somewhere along the lines of having a 60, if not higher percent chance of getting Ajax to ultimate Ajax code to drop at this point. And I'm not sure. Why am I not able? Oh, because I'm pressing the wrong button. Duh. Let me just stare at your corpse real quick, and let me get staggered and killed by these enemies before I can get you back up. Look at our health bar. Just kidding, you can't, because it doesn't exist. Maybe I'll nab that real quick. Yeah, all that is to say, I've put not a absolutely humongous amount of effort, but a pretty decent amount of effort trying to get that last ultimate Ajax piece, and have not had any luck with it yet. So even if we do it a little bit today, and we get it from the very first amorphous material, that's a little misleading. There's a lot more time and effort went into it than just that. I'd like for that to happen, of course, because already have been waiting a little bit to make that happen, and would like to get that, what, like 36-hour craft, or whatever it is, to get the full-blown Ultimate Ajax going. Would like to get that as quickly as possible. Yeah, we did see a Haley part there, and it is not the Haley part that we need. So from that standpoint, okay, we now know that this is not a dungeon that's going to help us, but maybe we were willing to make some compromises there. I mean, that would be perfect if that were the case, but oh well. You know, we're mostly doing this for the amorphous material. This specific dungeon, that is. Okay, I think we're ready to hop back in, unless yet. Big Country, if you want to jump in, you're welcome to. In which case, maybe it does make sense for us to hop back over to Albion for a little bit. Also gives us a chance to take a little bit of time to see if there is a reactor we can quickly throw in there that is actually decent for Lepic. I know we won't have one that's perfect by any means. As I said, I've not spent much time trying to specifically target Lepic for reactor purposes. But we should have something better than a bunny reactor. Let me jump into Discord as well while I'm at it. Let's see. You're already there. Perfect. Hello, hello. How goes it? Let's see. Check out reactor stuffs. Are you muted? Am I muted? Is somebody muted? Neither of us are muted? Okay. No, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so let's see. If we go reactor, we go fire, we go tech.
I was muted.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, is this a me problem? It might be.
No, it was a me problem. I was saying I could use leveling up my Haley.
Okay, nice.
I was going to level up my Eugen first, but pain in the butt to get reactors for.
Nope. Trying to see what I have for Lepic here, and it's definitely not gonna be ideal, but we have some stuff that should at least be passable.
Yeah, for Lepic, for mobbing, his reactor isn't a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
You basically what you want to do is just take the Thunder Cage and throw out his, what was it, 3?
Oh, the traction grenade?
Yeah, and then just shoot.
Mm-hmm.
I just got a really good mobbing reactor, which I think you did too. Although I would have rathered cooldown than anything. But range is pretty good.
Okay.
And I'm growing to like duration on Lepic's cooldown. So, but you also would need a max Secret Garden.
Right.
for his cooldown, for his mobbing weapon, that's perfect. You don't want. I wouldn't farm for a mobbing weapon for him. He's not, a huge mobber anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking
For
I was going to
bossing?
prioritize, bossing with him, exactly.
Humanity is very weak.
Yeah, for bossing,
That's why humans need us so
it's a
desperately.
little weird. You don't care about the weapon whatsoever because you switch off from the weapon every time you're done with his ultimate skill.
Okay.
Because you need certain modules on the weapon affect his 4 or his ultimate ability,
Okay.
and those also negatively affect the weapon itself. All the mods that you put on for his 4. So you actually don't want to use the weapon on his that you switch to for his reactor.
So basically, you have a weapon that is a stat stick to improve your skill power, and then as soon as you're
Yes.
done spamming your big skills, you switch over to your weapon that actually prioritizes weapon damage.
Yes.
Okay, that makes
Yes.
sense.
You want to use a green ammo type, and every single one of them react badly to these mods, but you want to have the was it SPF on? Have it on my during Legacy. Sharp precision shot on, you want that on, and you want firing rate. Those two affect your how fast you shoot.
You said this should
And
be a
then-
green weapon that you're working with here?
Yeah. Like, I got an okay wave of light reactor, and I can one-shot everything when I'm going in by myself.
Okay.
Or also Frostwalker. Lepic is amazing against Frostwalker.
Okay. Interesting.
And then for the reactor, like as I said, the weapon doesn't matter at all. So anytime you come on a fire tech green impact ammo type, you just farm any of the weapons, and then like I got wave of light. I didn't even have wave of light. I just researched one of the things, and then I got got wave of light specifically for the reactor.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even the best reactor, and I can one-shot everything. Except in group play. That's a bit harder.
I really like the color scheme of this weapon with Ultimate Lepic's armor color as well. It looks very fitting.
Yes. But yeah, for the rules you want, there's only one that you want, and then there's 3 others for the other option, but one you want on yours is a bonus to colossus.
Understandably, yeah.
Yes. And then the other roll I got was like a blue roll. I was like, the farm was terrible, so I was like, I don't want to farm this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I just got blue tech damage, which is one of the better ones. The best one for my build specifically would be duration.
Okay.
Because
It's like duration
I
Colossus damage would be the ideal combo.
yeah. Because I sent my build online, and I had to switch one of the mods because I didn't get duration.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, with duration, I could have, instead of battle of stamina, I could just have HP.
And max out or get more HP out of it
Yeah,
in total. Okay.
yeah. But instead I went down battle of stamina to get the last few shots,
Mhm.
and what's it called? I got tech damage instead, which technically more damaging, but less survivability.
Mhm.
But I find it's still more survivable than most Lepics. Most Lepics build theirs with no survivability,
Yeah.
and honestly less damage because they don't understand the difference between power modifier and power damage itself. I think part of it is the mod's fault, because at the beginning the mod said it increased power damage. Technician, at the beginning it said increased power damage, but instead what people found out is increased power modifier, and I think they fixed it now. But at the beginning, that's what it said.
Okay.
So everyone threw on technician because like, oh, it increases, the power of the thing itself. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
So there's very few ways to do that, and you want to use both of them. There are two ways to increase the power itself. That's spear and shield, which honestly I have on nearly every single Descendant,
Hmm.
and Slayer, the Slayer outfit,
Oh,
which is
the external components for Slayer, you mean?
yes,
Okay.
yes, the most powerful set in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, any
so many.
skill-based power, like you want damage via skills, you want the Slayer on, except for maybe Bunny, and that's just because it also makes everything cost more, and you're running around in something that makes you cost more is. But everyone else you want to have the Slayer set on. You're less safe, but more damaging.
Mm-hmm.
Because a couple of the components have shield on them.
Okay. I'll see if I can throw on a Slayer set right now.
I wouldn't do it yet. I would
Alright.
get a few more modules on and stuff.
Might not make that big of a difference at this stage.
Yeah. Yeah, I have it on my mobbing reactor, but that's partly because my I have a let me switch. I don't want to use two presets for him, so I have everything in the mobbing area, the bossing. I have a 1.1 second cooldown on my one.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so I can just toss that everywhere.
Yeah.
And I also have regenerative braking, chance to recover MP when using a skill.
Yeah, I was eyeing that. There are a few of the Transcendent modules that seemed intriguing, but I wasn't 100% sure which one was best to build around. Regenerative
There's
braking
only-
being one?
Yeah, I use that for mobbing.
Okay.
The one you want to look at for bossing, tell you the truth, it gives more damage, but not by much. And it does take away from his safety pass. It's Firearm Master.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it does give more damage to his 4 by like 30,000. But when you're also, critting for, several million, 30,000 is not much.
Mm-hmm.
But also that safety one, if you're one-shotting the boss anyways, does it matter?
Yeah. Yep.
So I have it on mine just because I only really use my Lepic against Frostwalker and down,
Okay.
and I can one-shot anyone down.
I mean, yeah, that's... You can't ask for more damage in that case, or it doesn't make much of a difference in that case.
Yeah. I'd
Okay.
also look at my when you're building them out. I'd look at your Discord and look at what I.
Oh, did you
for-
just throw out some of your stuff for it?
Yeah, I put out 2 different pictures. One for my mobbing and one for. And don't really listen to the decimator I have for my mobbing. I have it on there because I couldn't think about what else to put there.
Okay. Okay.
And honestly, they use a lot of the same module slots.
Okay. Let's see. Throw it up here real quick. Yeah, so crit stuff,
You want all 4 crit.
duration stuff, firearm master you have, and then some fire specialist. That makes sense. Spear and shield, as you said. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Why don't we hop back in then?
Okay.
Start getting some XPs. Now
Okay,
have
better
a reactor
apply,
that sort of works.
Character mo.
Actually, I think this reactor is about to become significantly better in approximately...
Now what do you want?
I wouldn't use Secret Garden
Go
until
on,
you have a
I'm ready.
max.
Yeah, I mean... I might throw it on just for the sake of... Since it is
Well, its
probably
negative
the
is
best
skill.
reactor.
It's
Skill
skill damage.
cost
It's skill
or-
cost.
Yeah,
Cost-
I mean, I don't know
cost.
how much I'm going to be spamming skills in the early stages
Okay.
anyway, so might just
That
deal
works.
with it. And if
it's a
you know,
really good weapon, period.
right, and if it's 20% more damage just from getting the matching reactor, however much it is, then you know that alone let's make
That's
up for
true.
it.
That's
Alright,
true.
So I'm
Yeah.
9 minutes away from getting at least the level 1 version of it. So
Okay, so we can do a one dungeon run.
yeah,
and then-
exactly. Maybe do one dungeon and then it'll be ready after that.
You said you're missing the Ajax code?
Yeah, so I was
I have
just
4 of them.
doing, I think it was Shelter in Vespers for that. But there might be another one that also drops, has the chance of dropping that.
Yeah, I think I got mine from a reactor because I was actually farming for Secret Garden when I got it.
Yeah, I think
In
that,
fact,
I think it's in the Agna Desert, so I remember getting some stuff for it there as well.
I would heavily suggest it because it's also like the hardest Secret Garden piece also drops Ajax code.
Yeah,
So before you max out your Secret Garden, you'll get the Ajax code.
yeah, and that's one of the ones that I was doing a bit of farming for. So I do have some of the components for Secret Garden ready to go. I just have to do several rounds of actually getting Secret Garden.
Yeah, it's a pain in the butt. The nanotube, one of the hardest things to max out in the game.
Is that piece from that specific?
Yeah.
Okay. I got a few of them, I think, so it's not a horrible place.
Yeah, so if you're going to farm for Ajax code, that's where I would do it.
Okay. I mean,
Do you want to do that, or do you want to level up?
We might still want to do a little bit more of one of the areas that can drop the Ajax code, just because I've already, I think, done at least 30 of the amorphous materials of both the boss and reactor variety, and not yet gotten the Ajax code. So at this point,
Yeah.
I would like to get it fairly soon,
Okay.
by any means necessary.
Also, you were looking which piece on the Haley are you down?
The gold one, which is the data chip, I think. So yeah, you know, that would probably be my next thing that I would prioritize.
That's Mystery's End.
Is
and
that any good?
Haven.
It's a bad one. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, they're both not great.
Is that which one is? Oh, is that the It's not this one. It's in White Knight Gulch.
Yeah,
Do you remember if that's the
that's where I
first or
farmed
the
it, but I
second
farmed
of
it specifically because I was, I wouldn't farm that one. I farmed it specifically for Obstructor, so I
Okay.
could farm for, yeah, for Haven. One piece has Secret Garden Blueprint. I don't know if you need that, but that's also a 32%. And the other one has Enduring Legacy and Value. Don't know if you have those.
Ultimate Valby, that is?
Yeah.
I only have one piece for her. I don't remember which one it is, but Enduring Legacy I'm doing okay on. I haven't gotten absolutely everything all the way up, but another case
Yeah,
of I
that's
just
one
have
you
materials
don't really
queued.
care if you level it up all the way.
Yeah, so I don't think that's a huge factor.
Okay, so do you want to do Ajax first?
Yeah, why don't we do the Ajax one for at least a little
Okay.
bit?
How many amorphous materials do you already have of the reactor?
I might only have 4-ish from having done a couple of them today, because I think I had cashed in all my other
Humanity is
ones.
very weak.
Okay.
That's
I
why
have
humans
none.
need us so desperately.
Okay, so yeah, I mean,
mean,
it's...
use. But we can do the ones you have first. Because I don't really want anything from there anyways. So
Okay. Do you want to do it the dungeon way or do it the stealth way?
stealth way for sure.
Okay.
Especially since we don't actually need stealth. But it's still better to do it stealth
I
because
do
you get
remember
more
that.
amorphous.
Yeah. In that case, should I switch over to Sharon? I mean, it's not going to be the
No,
best
I've
from
got
an
Sharon.
XP
I can do
standpoint,
that.
but
I do have some of the 89 anyway, so.
okay. I think I have a bit of a stockpile of those because I think I will need to get void shards. I'm pretty sure that's going to be one of my limiting factors there, but you know,
Yeah.
we'll see how many
What's the kind?
we actually get. I don't remember.
Organic. Okay, the best one is actually a fire one, so you can level up your...
Oh, that's nice.
How many do you need? Oh, you need some right now.
Yeah, I do. I have
'Kay.
44 out of 45. Wonderful. Yeah, I have a bunch of one of the void shard categories, and I swear it is the one category where I just cannot find a reactor for it. It's like, okay, I have 1,000 plus of this category, except it means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, at this point, I was actually farming for Jaybird, not to actually get him, but just because I wanted, like, I have all the pieces for every character except for Blair at this point. And at that point, I was farming for Jaybird. And for some reason, like, I had 20 amorphous materials just in my bag. And I had 22 amorphous materials in my bag. It was a 10% drop. I used all of them, all of my monomer void shards, and still didn't drop. I had one from a normal reactor, it was a 3% drop. I said, oh, I'll go there. I'm not going to get it, but I'll go there. I had one shape stabilizer, so I put that to a 6% drop, and I got him.
Of course. Of course. That's how percentages work, right?
Yeah. Oops. I've been farming this place quite a bit.
Okay, this is also the place where I was farming a little bit of one of the materials for Eugen.
Oh! Oops, I've got the wrong modules on. Okay. After this, I'll have to switch modules. I have my bossing on. Little overkill on the damage. Little underkill on the everything else.
Stop moving.
Okay. Should be able to switch now. Nope. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay, now I should be good to go. One thing I like about they changed these is they give out more void shards now.
Is it still exactly the amount that you need for one of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No. It's like one go is one now. Like, we could go back to the reactor right now and be able to do it for you for sure. For if you get 0. Where's the last one?
Right behind.
I always miss
Once
one.
again, sneaking up behind you. Oh yeah, and if we were talking about this specific reactor for Ultimate Ajax, I think I only had one in advance, maybe 2. So they were pretty much starting from the same point. Also, I have spawned. Okay. The monolith thing spawned on top of me, and I thought I was going to be trapped. I have, in the past, always made a point of not standing correctly where that exists to avoid that exact situation. That is the one time when I totally forgot about that.
You can see why this is the soldier. Particularly how I play him.
Like the base human soldier from Mass Effect, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty similar, playstyle wise, especially if you're spamming the grenades.
Yes. Although I mostly play him this way because I got really lucky for a reactor. I wouldn't bother farming a reactor for it. It's too much of a pain in the butt too. Although you, as I said, you got a decent one for it. Just Secret Garden is a really powerful weapon.
Theoretically, it's, if not ready to go, it's probably about to be. Gauge is doing work right now, though.
Yes.
Certainly useful for these missions.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if my playstyle is more powerful than just Thunder Cage. I just think it's funner.
That's fair.
And honestly, there's more steps involved. So it's...
Cool.
Probably not more powerful. But I've started liking the duration because on my build, my mobbing build itself, I have no duration. So my 4 lasts 2 shots and does nothing. But if I have duration on my reactor, it lasts more shots and I can use it at the end of the dungeon. But that's the only use case, is using it at the end of the dungeon.
And that's when the build is not otherwise optimized for that skill.
Yeah.
Something there. Look, I did not actually get any from that.
Yeah, honestly, for mobbing, Blair is much better. I just don't want to farm him because I've had terrible luck with him.
That's fair.
Plus, he's one of the first ones who's going to get an ultimate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if they're kind of basing the ultimate character releases based on how quickly the original version came out, then it wouldn't be too far away.
Yeah, it's one of 3, from what we can tell. Jaber, Sharon, and Blair.
To be honest, I think the one that I'd be most looking forward to would be Sharon. Just 'cause
Yeah,
that's
honestly,
probably
she's one of the best late game bosses as well.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, were you saying it was the stun, right?
And she also debuffs,
Yeah.
apparently. I haven't really looked into the build yet,
Yeah.
but
I mean, I was just thinking from the standpoint of she's honestly probably the character that I play third most often right now. Lay for bossing, Bunny for general clear speed, and then after that, it's probably Sharon for the stealth missions.
yeah. Yeah, she's one of the better bossers, especially if you got like a team set up. Like every team that's set up to kill Gluttony really fast has a Sharon.
I mean, I could see
That
how
was-
if Sharon is truly able to stun the boss for an extended period of time, then that becomes, team defining
Yeah.
in many ways.
Yeah, the quickest Gluttony kill right now is with 2 Glaze, an Enzo, and a Sharon.
I mean, that makes
That's
sense. If Sharon stuns, Enzo sets up the glaze, and the glaze along with Enzo.
I don't actually know why the Enzo's there. I think the Enzo, because they use the Executor, which doesn't need an Enzo, but I think it's simply because they kill the boss so quickly. Where's the other one?
That's a great question. Does that count?
No?
Oh, there you are.
There it is. I think it's because, like, you take, like, 2 or 3 shots, and the Executor is at 100% crit without Enzo,
Mm-hmm.
and with no mods placed into it. So I think they literally have it for the, 2 or 3 shots before, because they kill him
Feels
so
like
quickly.
that's overkill.
Well, I think they did that because they couldn't get to 8 seconds. They kept killing him at 9 seconds, and they couldn't get to 8.
The margin you're talking about here is so small. That's
Yeah.
significant.
Yeah,
at
that's-
that stage. That tiny little difference. That's all they're looking for.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy.
There's the traction grenade. I also threw it out accidentally when there were no enemies there, so I didn't really get to see what it's all about. It's sort of flying to the point where I thought it was actually a projectile meant to hit something.
Oh, I don't have. Okay, I was wondering. I'm partially running out of mana sometimes. I was like wondering why. It's I just don't have the right inversion reinforcements.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've not
And I have
been...
all of them now.
Nice. Yeah, I've just not been diligent about updating them based on the build or the character build or the situation that I'm going into for the upcoming missions.
I usually
kinda
just
set it
update
and
them
forget it.
for invasion missions, and I just haven't. The last thing I did yesterday was that, and I haven't really played today except for the Catalyst.
Let's do this. Ideally closer to the enemy, but you know what? It has large enough range that still works.
Yeah, that's one you want to max the range on because it's crazy.
So I just love the way it looks. It just feels so fun. It's one of those just ridiculous effects that feels comical. How big it is.
Here it is at max range, or near max.
But it's hard to see just what that actually means until you actually have enemies that are being affected by it.
I could technically, actually, you know what? Next time, let's try it.
Yeah, just throw it in the
fire
middle.
it here.
See if you get everything. Beautiful. It's just so ridiculous. I love it. And that's a thing where it's like, okay, you know, if you want to say Bunny is the most efficient clear speed character, and that means that by all accounts you should just use Bunny whenever possible for at least basic missions, then fair enough. However, if you're ever feeling kind of sick and tired of using non-stop Bunny, then maybe you want to mix it up every once in a while with ridiculous things like that. Oh, no, you stole mine! How dare you!
Did you join the mission at least?
I threw mine, I got them nice and bundled up, and then I just set them up for you.
Yeah, Ajax is a lot of fun as a mobber. I should send my Ajax build on your Discord. It's so much fun as a mobber.
I feel like I've seen people who have used... I haven't seen too much of him as a mobber, but from what I could tell, I've seen people who just use him to bully the enemies.
Honestly, there's two builds. One of them is more funner than the other, but the other one's a lot more effective.
Okay.
I use the more effective one.
Okay.
But one of them is spamming his two, his like hop one. It's basically just a kangaroo.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
that does sound like a lot of fun.
I don't use that one simply because it's not as effective as his other one.
Yeah. But I can see the appeal.
Oops. Can you hear my dogs whining?
I don't think so.
Okay. I've said it before, these mics are amazing. But, Yesa has actually overtaken Valby as the second best mobber on my list.
You were speaking highly of her before.
Yeah.
Previously, I think you said you were putting them on roughly equal footing.
Yeah, now I think VS is just better.
Is that just because you've optimized VS a little more since then, or just through further evaluation, it seems like?
Further evaluation. I already have her. For Valby, the only optimization I have left is for her gluttony build. And for VS, I have no more optimization because I don't plan on using her as bossing at all. But I really do like her mobbing build. And I think it's the second best mobbing build in the game. Ajax I have fourth. by mobbing, I also include dungeons in that.
Uh-huh. Where would you, what do you think of Ajax when it comes to the invasions?
To what?
The invasions.
I think with every character, you need to max out the character.
Yeah.
But one thing that the difference between like Ajax and Bunny is that my base Ajax, maxed out Ajax, can take care of the invasions no problem. My base maxed out Bunny can't. I needed to put a couple more catalysts for my Bunny to do well in invasions.
Interesting.
Because my base Bunny just didn't have enough what's it called?
Health?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say that feels like the trickiest aspect I've had with Bunny and invasions.
And funny things, I didn't actually add more health to my Bunny, but I added ways to get health. So there's just one mod that, you know, every 2 seconds you kill someone, you get a bunch of health back. I used that on my Bunny, and I actually have to take a look to see the difference.
Yeah, because I've started to have decent success with using Bunny during the invasions. It's just that occasionally, when I do run into issues, it's typically during the actual final boss encounter. Sometimes the boss will have enough damage to take me down before I can kill it, and then at that point you have to you have to redo the boss encounter. That takes a while, and sometimes that drops me down to silver territory.
I've had the boss kill me 3 times and still get gold simply because I've gone through the rest of the dungeon so fast.
Yeah.
Like, I am less than half of the time they give me, I'm done every time.
Yeah, I think we did that once earlier today when things went particularly well. We did that, but then we had one where it took us 3 phases to get the boss, and then at that point we were silver by a few seconds, unfortunately. I might have also had a few parts where I was not super quick on the way to the boss. I don't remember to what extent I was lollygagging there. I might have been.
Yeah, like, I switch more now simply because I don't like almost dying, and I do sometimes do that on my Bunny.
Yeah.
And I don't care about getting gold, although I still get gold on my Ajax.
Yeah, I mean, once you get the pieces for Haley, then you still get the same amount of gold regardless of what color trophy you get at the end, so it doesn't really matter that much anymore.
Yeah, like, I have Haley, I also have 121 of her DNA,
Yeah.
60 of her components, 118 of her catalysts, and 124 of her gold, or of her data chips.
Right. At that point, it makes basically no difference. It's just the process of completing the mission to get a large chunk of gold. But it doesn't matter what reward you get at the end for that.
Yeah. I think it actually does matter a little bit, simply because on the 10th, you can sell stuff. I'm wondering how much you can sell
at some point it might make a little bit of a difference. I mean, I'm still curious to see what the conversion rate is there. I feel like I half expect it to be so ridiculous that it's going to be really inefficient. And
Oh, I absolutely agree, but I figure if I'm doing something, I might as well.
yeah,
I also have
it might be almost
53,000 gold.
insignificant.
Mind you, that's because I stopped spending it on character upgrades for a moment.
I mean, those invasions, they help a lot from a gold standpoint, as it turns out.
Yeah. One thing though, unless you're leveling weapons, nowadays it's considered never optimal. Like a bad rolls on a gold reactor will do more damage than good rolls on a purple reactor. As long as you have the mounting right.
Yeah.
So like, unless you're leveling up weapons, and some people will actually farm for a bad roll on the weapon they're leveling up. Because, you know, if you don't care about the rolls, it's pretty quick.
Yeah. It's only once you start getting really picky about the other
if you
stuff.
care about the rolls.
Yeah.
Like I was farming for Eugen reactor last week, and oh my god. Honestly, I was farming for a bunch of reactors last week, and I had terrible luck with all of them. I eventually got some decent ones for some characters, but they did say they're going to change how they do the reactors soon.
Okay.
Don't know when and don't know how. Like, I know one thing they said was that you could upgrade the reactors. So if you get like a really good roll on a reactor, but I also don't know how they're going to upgrade it. Are they going to be like, you can upgrade in the same category or the same type of weapon? Like, is it just going to be like if you get one for Afterglow, will you be able to use it on all high-powered weapons or just the what's it called?
Piercing light, the other sniper.
Yeah, are you just going to use it on piercing light, or are you going to be able to use it for you know, the shotguns as well?
That's another one that I'd like to make a little bit more important. Farming up the piercing light, because
Yes, especially since you've got the god roll for your Haley.
got a
You
good
better use
reactor
that.
for it. I'm somewhat close to getting Haley, but I do not yet have all the parts for piercing light. Is that one of the ones where it makes a big difference maxing it out, or is it okay
No.
even at the first level?
Yeah, it's okay at the first level.
Okay, nice, nice.
Especially for Haley.
Yeah, because it's mostly the base weapon stats that you're looking for, rather than the unique aspect
Although
of it, right?
against like the higher end bosses, Haley with like using the reactor you're using is a lot like Lepic. Only
what way?
really useful against, well, they also switch final bosses. Like Lepic is super useful against Molten Fortress. Haley, on the other hand, destroys Molten Fortress. But Haley isn't super useful against Frostwalker. Unless if you go for her other build, which is just shoot things. It works. Because what was it? Her one debuffs massively.
Even for just normal weapon damage?
Yes. Like it does pitiful damage, but like I'm trying to read to see if I can find where it debuffs. I can't find it. But her 3 also gives 100 at max stack. It gives 100% critical firearm, critical hit increase, a bunch of firearm penetration and stuff like that, and it also does skill hit increase, but you don't care about that against gluttony. But yeah, so it gives any weapon you're using 100%. So put that Greg's up against gluttony, absolutely great. So before, for mobbing, there was like a bunny tier. There still kind of is.
Yeah.
For mobbing. Now there's a Haley tier specifically just for bossing.
Yeah.
Although for the new boss coming out, Eugen's going to be really good.
So we already have some info on what the upcoming boss is going to be like.
We know he's poison, and you really want overtime health for poison.
Is there a particular reason why that matters for poison more than others?
Because it does overtime damage.
Wait, so... Oh, the enemy is weak to poison?
No, the enemy is poison.
Okay. Enemy deals poison damage, and so...
Yes.
Eugen is useful because...
Because he does overtime healing.
Oh, overtime healing. I see.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense.
He's also... there's a specific mod that's basically made for him, Passionate Sponsor.
Okay.
It gives like a bunch of gun damage stuff. And anytime you're buffing an ally, it gives a bunch of gun damage, and he basically has 100% uptime on it. And not only 100% uptime, it's many instances of increasing life. I have 100% uptime on my Enzo. However, whenever I press that 4, it only counts as 1 for the Passionate Sponsor.
Oh, so it stacks much more effectively for
On
Eugen
Eugen
than
because
it does.
you fire it once, and for the next 7 seconds you're getting a bunch of different stacks.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually very close to being able to get Eugen. In fact, it is this specific area where I would get the remaining piece, or at least it seems like the most efficient place to get the remaining crafting material for him. So, although he wasn't...
How many organic void shards do you have?
That's a good question. Let's check. Which one is organic? I have 989.
Yeah, want to go to?
Yeah, it's a decent number.
Yeah, I have over 1,000, so.
Yeah, that's workable. I think it's much more likely that at this point that the amorphous materials will become the bottleneck.
Yeah, I had about the same for the. I need to research where the Ajax is, but
Agnet Desert in the big place, bottom right
yes.
spot.
I Nelson need to switch characters, but
Yeah.
I had about 20 amorphous materials, and I had about the same amount of void reactors, void shards, and I used all of them, so likely you'll get Ajax before.
Well, as I said,
not 100%,
I've used quite a few, and still not gotten them yet. Let's see.
Well, as I said, I had the same drop rate, I think, for Jabers. What's it called? Oh, did you want to go to the other place first, or did you want to use the ones you have?
I don't think I have much to begin with
Okay.
at the moment, so it might just make sense to farm up a few before we get started.
Okay.
I have 1, maybe 2.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I've
can
one.
get started because the one you want isn't the one you need to stealth.
Nope, this is true. And then I walked in, and I've been doing this mission enough that I instinctively pressed what would have been the stealth button for Sharon. It's one of the more passive abilities for Lepic. It also, fun fact, does not make Lepic invisible, as it turns out. Imagine that. My inventory full when...
Oh! I did get an
Yeah.
88.
Oh, nice.
Is this place dropping Eugen reactors? It is!
Oh! Alright. I need to figure out what is clogging my inventory.
Everything's clogging. I need to clear through my inventory.
I have basically no space at all.
If you go to your inventory and go down to like
Yeah,
where
what
it
is
says
it?
80 out of, mine says 80 out of 112. If you hover over it,
That's where it
it'll
gives you
tell
the breakdown?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's reactors. Not terribly surprised to see that.
mine's more external components.
Let's see.
But yeah, I'll stealth this time. I started doing the thing before the post showed up. So I was
Oh, yeah.
typing at an invisible...
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, it
and-
wasn't showing up for me either. It's 89. Oh, and then I couldn't walk. It was blocking me. It's blocking me right here. Can you see this?
Do you not see it?
Do you see anything
It's
in front
there
of
on
me?
my screen
I
now.
don't see anything
Yeah.
in front of me. It's completely blank.
Oops. They did say they're going to replace these sometime. Don't know when though. I doubt it's this next update. This next update, they said they're going to do harder level dungeons, which I'm excited for.
Oh, interesting.
I think Ajax would be really good for those.
Why is it
Oops.
not catching these? These should
Okay,
get
I won't be able to stealth right away. I pressed it way too early. Yeah, let's just go in guns blazing, because I honestly think it's faster doing it stealth now, too. But yeah, I saw 0 on the timer without realizing it was 10 seconds.
Ah, I see what you mean. There's a 1 in front of that 0.
Yes. But one thing, warning, is that the new boss floats. So Greg's Reverse Fate isn't going to be that great.
Oh. Does it technically not hit if the enemy is floating? With all
Yeah.
the bombardments? Okay.
Yeah, it only works on the stuff that's touching the ground. So Dead Bride, not super useful
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah.
so little of them
She
touching.
does float at times, that's right. Yeah.
Well, no, I was more thinking like so little of her touches the ground. Not nearly as much
Oh,
hits.
from that standpoint, yeah. Whereas if you have wider bosses,
Yeah.
then they have more of them that will get hit by it.
Gluttony technically is really good against it. The only problem is that the Berserk phase matters against Gluttony. And it fires up his Berserk phase. But it's also really good against them. So it's kind of, you know, back and forth. There's a lot of people I know that like uses one weapon and once he's downed and he can't, you know, progress to this Berserk, then they switch to Greg's.
Okay. Might be at the point now where I should just be scrapping almost every purple reactor, and if I were to do that, then that would suddenly clear out a whole lot of space in
The only
my
ones I would
inventory and
keep
storage.
are stuff like, well, I would keep one for Bunny simply so you can farm weapon XP. You went to,
You saw nothing.
but I heard something.
No, you didn't.
There's like keep one for Bunny, and then keep like golds for perfect stats for stuff like, you know, like I have a gold cooldown, gold.
Duration.
Well, that too, but gold cost.
Oh yeah, for Bunny specifically.
Well, no, I have that on my Enzo.
Okay.
For my Enzo. Although it's actually really good for Haley too, and it's on the exact reactor. It's actually the perfect gun reactor for Haley, to a ridiculous degree. It's chill singular on the enduring legacy,
Oh.
and the exact substats you want. It's kind of ridiculously perfect for Haley gun build. The only thing is, it doesn't need to be ridiculously good for Haley's gun build. Kind of funny in that case. Okay, it's done.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, I think I can do, on my boss build, I can do 19 shots.
Wow. That's pretty sweet. I did not count how many that was, but definitely not yet optimized for that.
No. Well, that's why you do double duration.
Is it duration or the mana that is usually the thing that holds you back from spamming it?
Both.
It is both? Okay. In
Yes,
roughly
however,
equal measure?
If you have a gold max MP on your sensor, that's generally enough. Like, I don't have any MP saving things on my Lepic. I just have a gold MP, max MP on my sensor.
Okay, interesting.
You want all the MPs on your sensor. Done. Oh, we had the PlayStation play, the state of play today.
I'm sorry, what was that?
News on Horizon.
Oh.
It's not a remake, it is a remaster. However, I'm still going to get it for two reasons. One, if you already have the PlayStation version, you can get the remaster for $10.
Okay.
And two, they did like 10 hours of mocap suit stuff.
Okay.
Because the first game was terrible for mocap.
Oh.
It was
interesting. In terms of like
it was
the
very
facial animations or like character skill animations, movement and what have you?
facial animations.
Facial
The
animations,
skill
okay.
stuff was fine, but the facial animation was horrendous.
Like, my face is tired? Horrendous?
Yes. If
Oh,
not worse.
wow.
Yeah.
Say no
Yeah,
more.
my thought with Mass Effect Andromeda, if it was a great game, people would have ignored the facial animation stuff. They did for Horizon.
I was gonna say, yeah, I mean, they made such a big deal about that for Andromeda, but I do not remember ever hearing about that for Horizon. I mean, obviously I never played it, so maybe I just wasn't keeping as close of an eye on it, but that's interesting. Guessing this is Void Shard missions on Hagios? Yeah. Oh, and that too. We can now make an immortal sacrifice.
Mortal Sacrifice?
Immortal sacrifice. Somehow. Don't know how that works, but we can make it a thing.
I hope with this next update they do the reactor changes, because I do have some good reactors for Eugen. They're just on the wrong weapons. I also hope they buff a couple weapons. There's a couple weapons I've been farming in case they buff them.
Uh-huh.
Because, like, in theory, they're really good weapons. They just suck as weapons. Like the Divine Punishment. Its passive is really good for Eugen. It should be the best weapon for Eugen. It just sucks as a weapon.
Hmm.
So I've been farming that. Fallen Hope I started farming, but you can only get it. It's a lot like Blair. You have to do missions on normal, and that's just really boring.
Hmm.
So for that one, I'm going to wait until. Oh, someone's in the middle. Oh no, he's far away. Never mind. He looked like he was in the middle.
He's down
He looked behind
underground,
you.
but I also did a double take.
Oh, he might be sighted. He's close enough to be sighted. Oh, I
So
finished
we're good.
it. Okay. I figure we can go on until you have 4, and then 5,
Might be
and then we can do.
right around there now. Check. I have 4 at the moment. Yeah.
So one more, yeah. When I first started doing these, I was like, I'll do it until I have 10, and then it took like a half hour to get 1. I was like, no, I'm not waiting until 10.
Yep. You know? And then, you farm 30 of them, and then you get it on the first one. You're like, well, that was a waste of time.
Yeah.
That's
Like
2
the
hours
one
of my day
time
I'll
for
never get back.
Ajax. The one time I farmed this for Ajax, the one time I farmed for 10 because it was like 10% chance, 10. I figure, there's a couple other stuff in here I'll farm for 10, and I got it the first time. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah. Well,
And not
that-
just like the first time, like first time that round. No, the first time, period.
Yeah.
That was kind of ridiculous. Especially since that was the last piece. What does 89 have?
Yeah, that's what I was just asking myself. I think I have a fair number of those at the moment. Ultimate Lepic, Jaber, Catalyst, Afterglow
Right,
Sword.
that's why I was
Divine
here
Punishment.
recently. I was farming Divine Punishment,
Oh,
and I had terrible luck with it.
oh, I think that's one of the ones that I keep on getting, even though I don't really need any more of it.
Oh yeah, I had terrible luck. I had to come back here quite a number of times.
Yeah.
But I have all of them now.
Ignore that.
You pressed it again? Oh, you pressed that. I'm surprised you didn't get saw.
I did deliberately press one of the buttons, but admittedly, I thought that it was one of the ones that was a passive effect that would not go create a lot of attention. Then I realized I pressed my single largest AoE skill. Not quite as subtle as I was hoping that was going to be.
No. Mind you, his 2 is another reason why I really like having duration on my reactor. I shouldn't say really like. I like. There's other stuff I would rather, yes, but I still like it. So I'm not going to bother farming another one. At least not anytime soon. I have many other reactors I'd rather farm before that. I've got 288 since then. Since we last discussed.
Oh, I did not realize I got one more. I'm now on 5.
Want to go now?
Sure.
I usually use my bunny because, you know, it's faster. But
That's fair.
you know what? Actually, I might actually get there faster if I just travel back to the outpost and then run as bunny.
It's not that far.
No. But it's far enough. You can get started anyways.
Grab some recipe.
Oh, you're way over there. Is there anything I want?
You got the stabilizer. Okay, got the secret garden part. It's not bad. Guess still might need one more of those potentially.
Really? That's it? Someone calculated the time. It should, to max out Secret Garden, it should take, just the nanotube should take about 5 hours.
Oh wow. Better than that.
Yes.
I mean, I haven't completely done it yet, but I think I'm only...
Oh, I also have 20 shape stabilizers.
There's the other secret garden part. All right, I'm pretty sure I now have all.
Seriously? You got 5 already. That's
I think.
impressive.
Chance it's only 4, but definitely at least 4.
I got a secret garden myself.
Nice.
I unlocked Luna.
Oh, okay. That's another character that I don't really know what to make out of.
I think in the future, she will be one of the more important Descendants. By a good margin, actually. Because she gives the skill critical hit rate. For Lepic, she's god tier companion.
Ultimate Ajax code. We're good.
Oh. You want to do this one more time? Since...
Sure. Gotta do it one. Might as well.
Wow, you got... We did this, what, 4 times? You got 2 secret gardens and ultimate
2 secret
Ajax?
gardens, an Ajax, and 1 Python. What's up, Matkov? You got Luna as well, but don't like her gameplay. There's Crystallization Catalyst, which is the other thing that I could really use.
I am You're luck in this game.
I swear, I spent a very long time farming this off stream and did not have any luck, at least with Ajax. So you are not getting the full picture.
That's fair. Okay, so do you want to head back to Albion?
Yeah, I think so. And I'll at least get the Ajax craft started.
Do you want to do Frostwalker today?
We could, although I feel like I don't have a ton of time today since it is a work night and it's already a little bit late for me. So
Okay.
I might prioritize just focusing a little bit more on pure XP for Lepic. I did activate one of the XP boosters. So I'd probably say it might just make sense to go the Lepic route for now. Secret Garden
Okay.
is now ready to go. Let me double check just how many we can craft at this stage. Ooh. There it is. Okay, let's get Ultimate Ajax ready to go. It'll be a while before he's done, but that now means he could be next on our list. And then on the weapon side, let's take a look. Secret Garden. Let's see. Oh. Yeah. About that nanotube.
You have a bunch of it?
Yeah, I already had a bunch of it.
Okay.
It is the synthetic fiber and the code are the two things that I have the least of.
Sorry. I just need to sneeze.
Oh, bless you. Alright, but we can craft another round of Secret Garden immediately, so that's not bad. And there's several other weapons that are ready to craft up additional copies, but I'm kind of waiting for the inventory space slash the character slash build where it feels necessary to break something new out.
Okay, the synthetic fiber should be easy. You do need to farm outposts, but it's 32% drop rate.
Okay, yeah, that's not a big deal then.
The code?
I think I saw us. I think that's Pyromaniac. I don't remember how you get it.
Pyromaniac, Frostwalker, and another reactor farm. All of them 32%.
Okay, not bad.
So it should actually check how many 114s do you have?
Let's see. 114, you said?
Yes.
I have precisely one.
Oh, okay. I have a bunch of those. So but like, I was thinking maybe next stream we can farm those, unless if you just want to get it.
I have, I think, I had farmed up a bunch of Frostwalker parts for Ultimate Bunny, and then I ended up getting her through other means, so I have a bunch for that one, which is now no longer all that meaningful. I have a decent number for, what does this give? Ultimate Ajax part that I no longer need. Divine Punishment? Guess that's something. This one with Valby. Wave of Light. Enduring Legacy that I don't really think I need that part all that much. And then, yeah, the one that is probably the most meaningful at this stage, I only have one of.
Yeah. Okay, then if you don't already have a bunch, might as well. We can just do the Pyromaniac one. Which one is that?
That is... Oh, I have 9 of those.
Oh.
85.
Do you want to farm for that now?
I think I'd still rather
Just level up?
go with try to get some more XP on Lepic, because I still haven't maxed him out even once yet at this stage.
Okay, in that case, let's go. Well, actually, there's another option if you're tired of doing dungeons. There's also Sterile Land. Block Kuiper mining is really good.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
But there's also only a day left for weapon XP on dungeons.
True. And having just picked up Secret Garden, let me level that up real quick. I probably just scrapped a weapon that could have been useful for that purpose, but let's see. And anything. Yeah, I'll just sacrifice a different ultimate weapon for it, right? What's the worst that could happen?
Want to do one run in the dungeons and then come back to do that?
Yeah, maybe we'll do that. I'll just throw it on in a secondary spot or something.
Do you want to do the Asylum or something different?
Which one is Asylum?
It's the one we were doing last time. It's the best for weapons XP.
Okay. I forget from a boss / amorphous material standpoint what it translates to.
Okay. Swamp Walker and Gluttony.
Wonderful.
And, well, Ultimate Ajax, Afterglow, Luna, Blue Beetle, with Crystallization. Eugen, Viesa, Clairvoyance, and Divine Punishment.
I don't think I need any of those things, but...
Yeah, no, I already have a bunch.
Yeah.
I'm just doing this for,
Yeah.
Crystallization, Catalysts, and,
I do need crystallization catalysts. Swamp Walker is probably not my preferred way to get them, but it's workable.
we can do Magister's Lab. It's not great for weapons XP, but it's shorter, so you get even more. But you all, last time you were saying you were tired of it.
Yeah, I mean, now I went from... At first, it was doing a whole bunch of Executioner because we did a whole bunch of Magister Labs. Then it went to doing a whole bunch of Swamp Walkers because we did a bunch of the Asylum. So now I'm more Swamp Walkered out at this point in time. So we just alternate between those two. Maybe that's the way to do it.
I don't know why I'm looking at the amorphous material. I have a bunch already.
Yeah, I think I still have some.
Would you rather
remaining.
energy activators or catalysts?
I have not crafted any additional energy activators for probably a week at this point, but I still have a bit of a stockpile there. So I feel like crystallization catalysts might still be the preferred way to go.
Yeah, I mean, you need one per weapon and character for energy activator, and callus you need like 8 to 12.
Right.
HQ here. Commence mission to recapture Magister Lab.
Need to recharge my shield.
Right, no, that's not speed. It is on Bunny. It's not on Lepic.
Lepic has no speed.
No, I'm afraid not.
It's funny though. All my favorite I haven't done anything on anyone. All my
say that I
favorite
haven't
mobbing characters also have movement abilities.
I mean, I'd argue that's not a coincidence.
Sorry?
I'd argue that's not a coincidence. There's
Probably not.
a strong reason why those are some of the best mobbing characters.
I think for her modules that are coming out on the 10th, Haley's, they're not going to give a bossing module. She's already the best bosser in the game. No point giving a module for bossing.
Does she have no Descendant Verity modules at this stage?
Yep.
Oh wow.
No, I think that her modules are going to be more to mobbing.
Cover for her weakness rather than further
Yeah.
emphasize her strength. Oh, that's an interesting place to go down. I would venture to say it was not beyond
Your
one.
lifesaver play.
Oops. Oh, the bunny's down, that's why.
My shield.
I'm about to die.
That's not a great place for that to happen.
Mission complete. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to go back and
Make sure that
Secret
I
Garden.
don't junk one of the weapons. Okay. Yes, if you don't mind popping back, that'd be great.
I was still getting levels as we left.
Yeah. I didn't see what I ended up with there, but you started as level 1, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yes. You must have gotten a ton.
13.
Nice.
I also forgot to I also got the second to last divine punishment finished at research, so
Nice.
as I said, the gun sucks right now, so
Oh, I kept multiple of them, apparently. Oh, because I picked them up after I scrapped some things near the end there. You. And then sacrifice one of you.
might as well change the level of it as well.
Go. Secret Guard now level 100. Okay. Now, might as well at least throw one weapon readjustment on it. Of course, there will be a point in time when we want to optimize it much more, but probably just see what happens here. And that is atrocious. Okay, maybe we'll do it one more time.
Oh, for your piercing light,
Mm-hmm.
one thing you definitely 100% want, and I just screwed up on mine, but you want 12% rounds per magazine before anything else. Like, even if you get 3 golds of everything else, you want 12% rounds per magazine.
Okay. That affects the number of
Because-
times you can shoot before you need to reload.
Yeah.
It's one more bullet, I assume, is the difference there.
Yeah, especially like for your ultimate ability.
Okay. It dictates how many times you'll be able to use the ultimate ability.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. Alright, well this is at least seemingly better than what we had the first go-round, even if I'm pretty sure the DPS number is lower. But
The DPS means
Right.
absolutely nothing.
right. So It was seemingly just about the worst collection of stats we could have gotten on the first roll. This is certainly not great, but it's better than a level 1 Secret Garden.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't even know what rolls I want. Why am I farming for rolls on my Divine Punishment? I don't even know what it wants. And I probably won't know until they buff it eventually.
Okay.
The two hope weapons, I'm hoping they buff. Although the other one, I'm kind of hoping, but at the same time, I don't, because I've already got a decent reactor for a different weapon for the character that you'd use on, and that's the Fallen Hope.
So
But
many
they're
of these
almost
weapons I need to look at to remind myself what what they actually are. Like, the name sounds familiar, and I don't remember if I have it. I don't remember what it does, because I just need to visualize it.
I don't even know what it does, tell you the truth. All I know is it sucks, and it's supposed to be really good for Freyna, but both Freyna and the weapon sucks right now.
Okay. For Secret Garden, is there a particular way that I'm trying to set up the modules for that?
Let me take a look. Honestly, it's really good with everything. I have mine set up specifically for mobbing, so I have Sweeping Squad on.
You've what on? Sorry?
Sweeping Squad?
Oh, Sweeping Squad. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's one of the best crit weapons. It's also pretty good for weak point. However, if you just do mobbing, you can ignore weak point. I haven't, simply because it's also really good just for, like, at the end of the dungeon, you line up against the boss's head and
Yeah.
completely delete the boss. It's just a really good weapon. It can do everything. Like, there's the standard action and reaction, rifling reinforcement, fire rate up. That's just the standard you want in every weapon.
Yeah.
It does have a slow reload timing, so I put reload focus on, but that's one of the last modules I put on. I would just put better insight, better concentration.
Okay. And this is probably going to be a weapon deserving of energy activator, I imagine.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
one of the best weapons in the game.
All right, let's do it.
I'm actually going to take a screenshot, and then after we're done today, I'll put it on the Discord.
Thank you. That'll be helpful. Okay, so you said crit stuff, like better concentration, better insight.
Yeah.
That just about fills me up right there. So that's probably going to have to be it for now.
Okay.
Might not be the perfect combination of things to add in terms of prioritizing which ones to add for the time being, but it's at least they're on the list. Things we want. Okay. All right.
And mental focus and sweeping squad share the same thing. So if you want to move it from like bossing to mobbing, or mobbing to bossing,
That might be the two ones that I did not add. Oh, have I not? Oh, I've only upgraded Sweeping Squad for general round weapons, I guess.
yes.
Okay.
Do you want to go again?
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
The only module I would have objected you put on is sharp precision shot. Because it's technically, like, it fires 3 rounds with 1 shot, even though you can hold it with the thing. So it doesn't work with sharp precision shot.
Commence mission to recapture Magister Lab.
I have that in right now? Is that right? No, I don't have that in right now.
No, you don't. That's the only one I would have rejected.
Yeah, it does shoot in this little 3-round burst or something like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, Greg's reverse fate's the same way.
This feels a little bit different. It's more noticeable that it is not firing one bullet.
fact, before you do anything, feel the recoil. Just press it once and feel the recoil on it.
Yeah.
Have you noticed how weird it is?
Recoil happens after you finish all 3 rounds.
Yes.
That is kind of strange. It feels like that's not very difficult to it's not hard to compensate for that. It seems like.
No, it's not. It's just different than every other weapon I've ever played with.
Yeah. Oh, that guy's already dead.
Watch carefully.
He's not reacting when I shoot him. What the heck? Oh, that's because he's dead. Now we can actually do meaningful things. Here and
I couldn't see the boss. I was completely whiffing on the boss.
Ooh, I do need more now.
That ability does do... Like, I have no modules on this character for damage.
Yup.
And I take a quarter of his health off.
That's Haley.
And I also forgot... Okay, I had the wrong weapon mount and...
Mission complete. Thank you.
For that, I just screwed that up a lot. I didn't use my crit damage at all.
Oh.
Anyways, ready to go again?
1 second. I have to clear out some stuff. Now I am. Actually, what level am I now? 37? Okay. Might get up to 40 this one.
HQ here.
But yeah,
Commence
for
mission to
every
recapture Magister
character
Lab.
except for Blair, I have unlocked every piece of them. So I could get them anytime I wanted.
Then there's the question of the character
Oh, what?
slots.
Honestly, the only one I would want outside of Luna and Eugen, which I've unlocked. Like, I've got Luna cooking right now. So, the only one I would want would be Blair. Because he's a really good mobber. And he's actually also now decent at bossing too. He's got some weapon crit mods now too.
Yeah, because he has, what, a Transcendent mod that gives him more weapon crit. So this is
Yes.
the idea to turn him into a weapons build
Yes.
for mobbing purposes?
Honestly, there's very few characters that are good at skill damage for bossing.
Mm-hmm.
And only one of those builds are good against gluttony. And that's Glaze. Oh, I forgot to activate. I'm also really out of health. What's my health mods on here? Did I put any on? Did I put any mods on? I might not put any mods
Do you have
on.
any mods?
I don't know.
Tell me you have at least something on for your mods.
I might not.
Well,
You might need to go back to Albion.
Well, maybe that does work.
Mission complete.
Check.
Thank you.
Oh, I do have some mods on. Okay.
Okay, good. I was gonna say, you quite literally have none on, then I would be a little concerned.
I don't know why I was dying. I had like 12,000 health.
Oh, I didn't check how much health I have now with Lepic. Okay, that's around where I am.
My Lepic doesn't have a lot of health. I wouldn't be able to show, I wouldn't be able to see it. Oh,
Health bar is so
there's
small
only
it's
one
invisible.
more, you only need one more level. Do you want to do another Magisters or?
Yeah, and I'm halfway to that level. I don't know, is there a quicker way to do it?
Yeah, but the Magisters takes like 2 minutes anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't make that much of a difference. Probably be fine.
So we could go to the Bunny Cave for the last one, but
Yeah,
just
that-
traveling to the Bunny Cave would take more time than.
Exactly.
And you can just stop halfway through.
True, I guess.
HQ here.
You wouldn't be able to put in a mod, but honestly, I suggest you just do that.
Shield at 0%.
Oh, the guy in front of us is on a Lepic, and I think he's got the Gentlemary suit on.
Oh, yeah, you can barely recognize it.
One thing I like about Haley's 1 is that you can use it while reloading and stuff. Admittedly, it's difficult, like you can use it while shooting and stuff too, but I only have so many fingers. I'm not one of those people that use like claw and stuff like that. This is actually the first time I'm purposely leveling up during Legacy. Not during Legacy. Greg's Reverse Fate.
Oh!
I do think I have a callus on, but that was like I had it as like a secondary weapon, just passively.
Oh, darn.
Oh, the
Just...
person in front
don't
of
worry
us
about it.
is-
I was just reacting to how I am a tiny sliver of XP away from ranking up just before the boss begins. Killing the mobs around the boss might be enough for me to level right now. It was. Okay.
Yeah, I would switch right now, before the end of the,
Yep, ideally. Let's see. What I want to throw on, throw that on. Just because I have it readily available. No, I can't use this function well in combat.
if you just get out of combat
Yeah, I
for a
think I was
little
just
bit,
actively being attacked while that happened. Oh. One moment. There we go. Alright. Have it on now.
you can pick me up now, dude.
Where are you? There you are. I got you. Don't worry. Ow. It hurt. Level before the boss goes down. Never mind the fact that I knew this would help as well.
Mission complete. Thank you.
Still enough to go up to level 11. So, I would venture to
Yeah.
say it was worth taking a little
Yeah.
time.
This is a dungeon where you do it for the end rewards.
Yeah.
Anyways, we can go back to Albion and
I don't think I put on the energy activator on Lepic himself yet, but that's definitely something we're going to want to do as well.
yeah, my Lepic isn't the most tanky, as I said. My bossing Lepic only has like 6,000 health.
Okay.
I think my mobbing one has more.
Yeah, I threw on increased HP for the time being, largely just to not constantly die while leveling.
Yeah, my mobbing one has 9,000.
Let's see. Alright, so we have... Let's search for other crit. What are we missing?
Yeah, you want all 4 crit mods on him.
Did emergency measures as well? Like we can.
Yeah, mine has 2 R's, 5 triangles, 1 X, and 1 C. Did I say 3 R's? Oh, 3 R's.
And are you using any of the Transcendent modules?
Yes, but it's very unnecessary.
Okay.
It's the firearm master.
Oh, right, yeah. It's gonna take a second to upgrade
Ask me
one of
anything
those
about
modules. You? Oh no, Blair! We'll be okay. Then we actually still have a decent bit to work with here. A little bit of an awkward number, but let's see. So I think that's all the crit we expect to see.
And I don't think you want crit on Blair.
Yeah, I probably just threw it on for the sake of throwing it on.
Oh, I think with his new modules, you can actually do like just crit damage, and I think you still have like I'd have to double check.
So have the crit, have some duration. Do I want duration? Yes.
Not for mobbing,
Okay.
but for bossing.
bossing,
But you can replace the duration with range for mobbing, and it's the same module slot.
Do you go maximize range and sacrifice the skill power?
Oh, absolutely. You're it's honestly for almost every character except for maybe like Valby, it's worth it.
Yeah. That, and have a ton to work with. This.
Yeah, your one has 585.4 base skill power modifier,
Mm-hmm.
and your 4 has a 2,760.3.
Right. That number is just ridiculous.
Yeah. That's why a lot of people have technician on their abilities. You don't want that.
Because that
Because
just adds to that 2,700 number, and that's tiny
Yeah.
little incremental damage at that point.
Yeah. Like, it would help your continuous damage, but you care about the burst, not the continuous.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So what can I do with 10? Give myself some extra MP or reduce MP costs. Maybe not a terrible idea, at least at this stage while leveling. Even if that's not a long-term solution.
Yeah, for what I ended up doing is just getting a max MP on my Slayer set, and with that, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you have to farm for it. It's like, I don't know what your rolls are right now on your Slayer set.
I think now I might have been mid switch to Slayer, and so it is not currently full. Hold on, it may
I
just
wouldn't really worry about for mobbing anyways.
Yeah, I just
Like, it's
threw on
necessary for bossing.
Yeah. Firearm proficiency. Sure, throw a little bit of that on. That'd be helpful right now.
I should check. Do I have firearm proficiency? Yes, I do. Okay.
You know,
That's very necessary for me right now.
it would be useful. In fact, this is a higher firearm proficiency number. Even if it doesn't match the stuff, do it anyway. Okay. I think I'm good.
Oh, I just got completed research.
Oh, nice. Don't use that. Need that right now. Speaking of,
Oh, the special human
anything
child.
else I should
One
be-
thing
What
I
do
don't
you
like
need?
about Frostwalker is that chill resistance is on the exact same component that max MP and MP in combat, the two most important module slots are. So that's a little frustrating for me.
Yeah. Oh, Divine Punishment, is that the one you were saying you were working on before? Okay, now I am looking at it, and that is registering. Or was it Final Masterpiece?
No, it was Divine Punishment is the one I finished working on. I'm researching the last piece right now.
Okay.
And Final Hope is the one that's supposed to be really good on,
Fallen
or supposed to
Hope.
be, yes, meant for Freyna, but it just sucks.
Okay. I might have made
They're
one
probably
of these.
going to buff it.
Yeah. The AK-47, as we have previously discussed.
Yes. The problem with it, one of the problems with it, is that it's competing with the Secret Garden. And the Secret Garden is so good.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's an uphill battle.
Yeah. Like the Secret Garden bonuses. One thing I need to correct is that I was wrong about how the bonuses work. Last time I said it was like 16% on 16% on 16%. No, it's not. It's 5%. The first stack is 5%. The next stack is 16. The next stack is 16. So it's not 16 on 16 and 16. It's just 5 on 16 and 16.
Which is still a lot.
Especially since it's one of the only ways to modify skill power.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's
that's a
then
big
times
deal.
by that 500 or that 2000.
Yeah. Okay. So that's really, especially for Lepic with such high numbers to start off with, that's a big deal.
Yes. Mind you, it's not really worth it for bossing. For 2 reasons. One, sharp precision shot works. It has a higher modifier on, what's it called? The impact rounds. So that's even though none of the impact rounds want it, it's still the best on. It works the best on the impact round, even though none of them want it. But anyways, taking away that conundrum. The other reason is that you don't want to be, you have to fire a bunch of tech skills for the power modifier to help.
Mm-hmm.
And doing that, you take away MP. So you'd rather just use the MP on using your ultimate.
Okay. Alright.
Anyways, ready to go?
I am ready to go. Yep. Next one we do. Another chevron. Oh man, they've trademarked the color purple.
HQ
What
here.
has the world come to?
Commence mission to
Did you
recapture
see
Magister
them go
Lab.
through the barrier?
No, I did not catch that. Did they
Yeah,
just completely ignore it?
Yeah.
Oh. Was it the power of purple? Perhaps it was.
I'm trying to get out of their way.
Let Bunny do her thing.
Yes. That's also the wave of light.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing that. It's very noticeable when it shows up.
I think we have a leveling bunny that's near the end of her leveling career as bunny.
Well, that's not a bad thing for us.
Nope, not at all.
Casually do this real quick. Gain a level while we're at it.
Oh, you know how I suggested walk a tightrope and shock focus? They
For,
are
blade visuals.
now considered, the math is in and they're kind of overrated.
Oh, okay. Well, I have not yet got focus. I have been using walk the tightrope?
Walk a tightrope. Still, like, it still gives a damage bonus, but like, if you get it to its maximum, it gives a 10% damage bonus at its maximum efficiency.
That still feels a little lackluster, and that requires going down to a sliver of health in order to achieve that. So it's not free from that standpoint. There have definitely been times where I have died specifically because I've gotten greedy, deliberately not picking up health despite being on low HP because I wanted to have higher damage from it.
Yes. And the other one, the shot focus, is 5%.
Oh. Ooh, okay. Well, now I don't feel as bad about not having gotten it yet.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Okay.
Anyways, ready to go?
Let me just scrap stuff real quick. Yeah. So I'm wondering what that means in terms of alternatives that are available that use the same glyph, same symbol. Because I think at least for one of those, do have a matching symbol. I had a placeholder, I think, that I was using instead of shot focus, so maybe I just stick with that.
HQ
but
here. Commence mission
no,
to recapture
I would
Magister Lab.
swap in exchange for walk the tightrope.
Well, if you ever want to use the Python build, you'll probably have to put more callus in no matter what.
Okay.
Especially if I get my Luna, I would suggest building like maybe just like a full crit build, and then just relying on Luna because it only has a 5% chance. So like, without the Luna, it's not worth it. But with the Luna and modules, you can increase it to 100% crit chance. One person I know deliberately built their Glay just to be with Lunas.
And you think Python is the best weapon for that?
Oh yeah, Massacre, it's not even close. For Massacre?
Oh, right. So basically you turn into a Massacre build in that case?
Yes.
Just the ultimate. Which I
And
do not use with my current build.
even if you don't go that route, and you just want to do a regular Massacre, I make the switch to Eugen. That would work really, like Eugen synergize well, as long as you don't have walk with tightrope.
Oh, it's like, Eugen, go away! Stop healing me!
Yes. And honestly, even with walk with tightrope, I would still rather just have the heals. With, you know, with 5%.
It has certainly led to many boss fights in which I have danced with death with Glay. Or some of them...
Going in?
No! Some of them have, of course, resulted in my dying. Or in some cases, teammates die and they're in a dangerous place, but I have a sliver of health, so I'm like, well, I would love to get you, but if I try, I will die as well. That is not a good idea. But there are still times when I get away with it. Oop,
No, the 9-second or 8-second kill was done with Executioner on Glay and Enzo's.
Okay.
And that's another thing. That's another reason why I'm switching off Enzo. Executioner, Enzo doesn't help that whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, let me know when you're ready.
I am good whenever you are. No. Can't escape. Can we go straight through it this time? No. Punch through it.
HQ here. Commence mission to recapture Magister Lab.
Why is Val shooting?
What is this nonsense?
They're using their skills to travel, and then not shooting their weapons.
I mean, that's kind of the more intuitive way to use Valby. Even if it's not the
instead of not
optimal
shooting
way.
the weapons, they're shooting the weapons to kill anything instead. I could see doing that for bosses, but with supply and moisture.
Hold on just a moment.
I'm really excited for Freyna.
I mean,
I really do like her kit. It's just, it doesn't match very well. And I'm wondering if maybe the damage over time stuff will be better on in dungeons, in like the hard dungeons. Sorry, we're leaving you behind.
That's okay, I got all the stuff anyway. But, yeah, I don't really know what to expect with her. I mean, as I think I've said before, she is probably my least favorite character. So, from that standpoint, you could make the case she's the one that I would like to see have an ultimate version, because it's the most potential for improvement. On the other hand, you could also say, well, she's the one that I'm least interested in because I've already given up on ever wanting to play with her. Where'd he go? Oh, he's over here. I could not, I still cannot see.
Thank you.
The Greg's reverse fate made me miss my ultimate. My ultimate didn't help either, but it was very hard to see.
I don't know why I feel so squishy. Probably because I can't move very fast. I think fast movement is it by itself. It depends. Anyways, let me know when you're ready.
I am good when you are.
I've defeated Gluttony a couple times, more times.
Has it gotten any easier just from having now some practice
Giving
with
up
it?
pugs.
I mean, yeah, obviously, I remember you saying that that was one of the keys.
Magister Lab.
Honestly, I think he's really fun if you have a team, you know, that knows what they're doing.
Uh-huh.
I'll ice you all.
And, you know, not going in with bunnies.
Yeah.
That still breaks me, you know? Like, why are you going on to the hardest boss in the game with bunny?
Watch carefully.
Why?
Some people, it may be just all they know.
What level is my Greg's? 34. Yeah, this dungeon's pretty bad for weapon XP.
Is that just because the most of the experience is coming from the end zone, the completion bonus at the end, which
Yeah.
gives experience to your character but not to the weapon, whereas for other longer missions that have more enemies in them, it's more about the actual enemies you kill and less about the completion itself.
That's why Asylum is really good for weapon XP. It has the most mobs in it.
Objective confirmed.
People keep complaining about bunnies, but if you nerf bunny, the second you do, Viessa and Valby are going to have the exact same problem.
Yeah, and I think you're gonna get some blowback from people who really like playing as Bunny, because I think she has been the most popular character, I imagine by a fairly wide margin. No, don't kill me now. Please let me get this off. Thank you.
One thing about, well, I guess you got two big ultimate buildings, but neither of them have terrible cooldowns.
Mission complete. Thank you.
Love to see what all these very loud sound effects are that we're picking. Oh! Oh, okay. I'll take the shape stabilizers in. Haley parts that don't matter to us.
Do you want to do a dungeon with? The only problem is they're terrible to farm those.
Yeah, no, I was kind of thinking that, you know, I would continue to do the invasions, and then, you know, if I had one or two parts that I needed left for her, or one or two of the increments that I still needed for her, then alright, maybe at that point, if you're all invasioned out for that day, it's a way to get her, but I'm far enough away still at this point that it doesn't make sense.
Okay, and let me know when you're ready.
Good when you are.
I still haven't done the invasion dungeons today, but I can get that done after. I just took a nap, way too long of a nap.
Oh,
So
it happens.
HQ here. Commence mission to recapture Magister Lab.
apparently if you're under the Greg's reverse fate stuff, works.
What do you mean? What works?
Well,
You're-
I shot the guy on top, and the bombs landed on the top part, and the little guy was below that. That's like below the little extending out part of the rock, and he died to the explosions.
Shoot up here. Greg's reverse fate. The circle appears up here. It still damages the enemies down below.
Reloading.
I am really liking Greg's reverse fate.
So you said this was the first time you were leveling it up. Had you used it at all before?
Not really.
Setting objective.
Those two center ones absolutely destroyed.
Mission complete. Thank you.
Oh, I think I'll get my level next time. I won't need to leave or anything like that. I don't have anything pressing. One thing about Haley
Go
is
on.
she doesn't need very much to max out. You know, like you can get like 1 or 2 catalysts into her and you're 90% of the way there for your power level. Anyways, let me know.
Okay, good to go.
Although for my Haley, I think I'm going to do the gun build first, and then do like the gun bossing build first, and then do the regular bossing build. Because in Lepic's case, the bossing and the non-bossing build
HQ here.
have a
Commence
lot
mission to
of
recapture
similarities.
Master Lab.
That's not the case for Haley.
Okay. So I feel like, you know, Haley is just so good as a bosser that I don't know, that just kind of seems like her identity, and not sure how often I would use her outside of bosses.
No, I'm like, she has no mobbing build right now. Her mobbing build is shoot with Greg's reverse fate or a thunder cage. So her mobbing build and her gluttony bossing build are nearly identical. Or no, they're not nearly identical. They're just identical. Get as much gun damage into her and that's it. I'm focusing on her gluttony build and then her. Oh, I just reached level 39.
I think you'll get to 40 before we're jumping across by then.
I don't think so.
What I was starting on that other time.
I think you were starting at 39 because I've only
Was
been
I
getting
already?
1 or 2 levels every time.
Oh no, you're right. I was halfway through 39 at the start of it.
Yeah. I won't be getting it before the. You know what? After this, I might just put like all my builds on the Discord so that people can see them and stuff like that. Not my gun builds. One thing I find gun builds less interesting. And 2, I'm not 100% certain about my gun builds. Everyone's here.
Didn't you just hear that?
I heard so annoying.
Did you get the echo effect as they both said it at almost exactly the same time?
Mission complete. Thank you.
Yeah, with no mods that help it, and a reactor, which doesn't help it except for being a gold reactor. I just did 1,700,000 and some thousand damage.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I'm still in combat for some reason.
Oh,
Oh, I have a skill active.
that is true. You did have a skill active.
Oh, I've got like skill cooldown, like gold on my reactor, and I've got maximized conservation and skill cost, like strong mentality, on. So it takes forever for my MP to go down.
Oh, and that was just sustaining that skill.
Yeah.
I see.
Anyways,
Ready when you are.
when you're ready.
Yep.
I still find it hilarious that it dropped on a frozen singular reactor, my Enzo. That my Enzo reactor is a frozen singular reactor, then Haley came out. Oh!
HQ here.
Oh,
I think she got out through
I
the-
see.
Magister Lab.
Okay, that is some level of...
That's sneaky.
What's she even doing here if she knows that so well? Like, you think she'd be leveling up, but... She's level 40. Did she just screw up and accidentally queue in another time? what would she need to farm if she's, you know?
Oh, we have a certified expert here.
Setting objective. Objective confirmed.
And my gun's at level 36. Oh, it's nice that this certified expert's waiting.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
Yeah. Honestly, when I was using this farm, I didn't wait.
Mission complete. Thank you.
Okay, let me know.
Would be good when you are. Oh, it looks like you still had that skill active that time. I'm surprised to let you go.
Yeah, it just affects, you know, module stuff.
No, but didn't it say you were still... Oh, I thought that was why we... I thought the thing that was holding you up from doing was starting a new mission rather than,
HQ here.
No, I was just trying to put another module slot.
Yeah, rather than doing module stuff. Okay.
You guys both ran past a guy.
Nope. My man. That's it. Well, then again. Hopefully it has its cover.
Nope. That seems like a common way to die. Jumping up and arms going to the side.
Hmm?
Well, in I've noticed in multiplayer games or in games as a whole, a lot of people die by jumping up and becoming stiff as a rod.
Mission
into the
complete.
list of
Thank
stuff
you.
that makes it impossible to see what you're shooting at. It might be top on the list, to tell you the truth.
Sorry? I couldn't hear you.
I don't know what weapon that is. However, it is at, or at least near, the top of the list of things that make it impossible to see what you're shooting at.
Which one? The
Uh,
Greg's Reverse Fate?
Well, Greg's Reverse Fate, yes, but whatever that other one was, that it sounds like a weapon that shoots RPGs, and it's always Glay I see that's using it, but I don't actually know which.
Oh, launchers. Oh, you don't have... Okay. Go to options. Let me see. Where is it in options? Display? Yes. Go to display, and display settings is the show explosion effects during combat.
Oh, I have show on all targets, which I'm guessing is not helping.
Yes.
Show only yourself?
Yes.
Okay. That will help, I bet, then.
Honestly, they should just stop using it. It's not nearly as effective as once thought.
Was that
It's
you
very
who was
similar
firing
to-
that?
What?
Was it you who was firing that skill that, or that weapon that makes everything impossible to see?
No. No, it's not really effective. One, it's only even slightly effective on Glaze. And two, there are better weapons for it now. Executioner, Greg's Reverse Fate, both of them much better weapons for it. Anyways, let me know when you're ready.
I think I am.
The only time it's one of the best ways to do it is actually against Molten Fortress.
Okay.
And even then, only like during his Berserk phase.
HQ here. Commence mission to recapture Magister Lab.
Because he has a phase where you have to shoot these pylons and make them point to a certain direction.
Okay.
But he can shoot the pylons and make them miss, like the direction you want. So you have to shoot down his projectiles at the same time you're shooting the pylons. However, a Glay with a launcher can just shoot down all the projectiles for the entire team with the launcher.
Okay.
That's the only time it's okay, and you don't need damage or anything like that, so you don't need it leveled up. You know, a level 1 vestigial organ will work just fine for it.
Selecting objective.
But even then, like, you wouldn't want to use it for the boss itself. You know, I actually bought a preset, but I think the next Descendant I level up. I'm just going to take off my Glay preset. I don't think I'll be playing.
And it does seem like there is a fair bit of overlap between what you would use Play for and what you would use Haven for.
Yeah. Honestly, Glade's a better mobber.
Mission complete. Thank you.
Oh, that was enough to get 40.
Yes.
Did not expect that. Oh no, maybe I guess. Yeah, it was just before I got it pre-boss fight when I was starting on 9.5.
We can go back to Albion.
Yeah, I think so.
I could probably put on a module as well, so.
I think this is also probably gonna. This level is probably gonna be the right stopping point for me because it's starting to get quite late on my end.
Okay. Honestly, after we do this, I am going to have to do more research because I'm not 100% certain what I want to put on.
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe spear and shield? Yeah, probably spear and shield.
Let's see. So
But for the gun build, not really.
we get up to 26 on Secret Garden, so still a ways to go for that. Then this end, we could now apply another one. And I think it's just going to be the discount to emergency measures here. Which means, just double check, I think that's another chevron. Yes. Are. Now, especially if we take this off, yes, suddenly we can get very aggressive with whatever we want to put here, even if it's without a discount. So let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 crit, 1 with the big range, 1 for cooldown / HP, 1 for pure HP, and that's where we stand.
Yeah, for mine, I needed every slot filled to the max. Like, like I have one on my long distance maneuvering in every single other slot.
Mm-hmm.
2 R's, 5 of the chevrons. Is that what you call them? The triangles?
Yeah, that's technically what
Yeah.
because it's a quadrilateral, not a triangle. Technically,
Yeah.
well, sort of. As a
You want the 4 crit and the fire specialist. You want a C
4
for
crit,
battle
fire
stamina or just HP, depending on whether you have the right reactor or not. Another R for spear and shield. And then an X for dangerous ambush.
It's dangerous and what's this one? Really, dangerous ambush.
Yeah, that's skill power.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I was just wondering, to what extent are you actually going to have this while enemy is not targeting you thing? But I guess if we were talking, at least on a Colossus fight standpoint, and you're spreading the aggro across the 4 different players, then there's a pretty good chance the boss is not targeting you.
Plus, they usually get knocked down during the boss fight too. Like at a certain point of damage, they'll get knocked down.
Oh, and at that point, they're no longer
Yeah.
targeting you. I see. Okay.
Plus, it's actually really good for mobbing too, because there's some buggy things about it where sometimes even when you're by yourself, enemies are attacking you but not technically targeting you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like
I'm gonna-
on my invasion bunny, I think I have that plugged in.
I'm gonna go with spear and shield for
Yeah.
that skill power.
Yeah, for my
Ask me anything about
invasion bunny, I have dangerous ambush plugged in.
Interesting.
For some reason, actually, it works with high voltage. It does not work without high voltage.
Huh. Maybe it's the extra range?
No, because it works for closer enemies too.
Don't know then.
Yeah, I think it's just buggy. But But it's a bug that helps.
That may be. It's a helpful bug, and therefore it is a feature.
Yes.
Does that leave us with 2? Okay, so it's basically gonna be all we can do for the time being. But yeah, that means we got. Well, I didn't even look. Did that skill power number? I hope that skill power number went up, and I didn't just upgrade this for no reason.
You upgraded it for no reason.
Oh.
It's only defense that goes up.
Oh, well, wonderful. Do we have another one? We do. All right. Well, there we go.
I would upgrade it anyways because, the defense helps.
Yeah. But it does mean at least now we could potentially squeeze something else in for a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do nimble fingers for cooldown, which is not a bad thing. Oh, do we already have this? We did at one point, didn't we? Outstanding investment. Duration is more valuable than cooldown in this case? Because usually that's not the direction you want to go.
It depends. Like, are you using his 1 or his...
Mostly thinking about the 4.
Oh, in that case, take off maximize range and replace that with duration, and yes, put another duration on.
True. I mean, I guess the maximum range was for mobbing just while we were leveling up. But you said it would be take off maximize range and instead put on something duration oriented, maximize duration.
Yes. Or let me check. There's a blue one that's like almost as good.
Skill extension.
Skill extension, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
I have
a
the both
3.4 duration difference
Yeah.
between the two.
Oh, I guess I'll do that just for general use case. I don't have to swap it out quite as often, at least for now, when we're not super specialized exclusively on bossing, but eventually I expect that to be the case. Okay. So that, and then what else were we saying? Oh, do we want outstanding investment for duration there as well? Do it. It fits nicely at the moment.
Sure.
Okay. So then next thing to discount. What would it be? It could be the outstanding investment. You said you had 2 R's on your. Oh. Right now I have 3.
I technically have 3.
Oh, okay.
2 for duration, 1 for spear and shield.
Okay. Alright, that makes sense.
And 5 chevrons.
You have the 4 crits, and then what's the other chevron you have?
Fire.
Oh, fire specialist?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
I don't have any M's on it, so you'll have to recatalyze that eventually.
Oh, that's one of the starting ones. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's 1 C and an X?
Yeah, I think you said something about an egg.
Yes. Yeah, 3 R's, 5 chevrons,
Dangerous ambush.
1 C and an X.
Okay.
And an M on long distance maneuvering.
Yeah, but that's a little different.
That's like the last thing.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, well, as I said, I think that's probably a good place to wrap things up for the night, because we've been going for a while now, and it is very late for me on a work night, so I do need to call it here. But thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, no problem.
GG's. Thanks for all the help.
GG's. Happy to help. Probably do invasion myself and then go back to leveling Haley.
Yeah. It's...
I used a thing too.
Oh, an XP booster?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sure, we didn't fully max out Lepic, not by any stretch, but yeah, we got a decent start. Can't complain about that. And
And honestly, I'm starting like Haley is just so good.
right, yep.
And I'm still rather annoyed about your perfect reactor.
You'll get a good reactor.
I've got
Just a
decent
matter of
reactor.
time. Yeah, you'll be fine.
It's purple for both skills, not gold, but
Yeah. You'll be
I do have a gold Colossus purple crit, but it's on the wrong weapon. So I'm hoping once we can expand weapon types.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how exactly that works once it comes out. But it could
Yeah.
help.
Anyways,
Alright, I'll catch you later. Have a good night.
yeah. I actually have an easier time getting out of Discord on PlayStation than PC. Because PC, I kind of like, unless if I like partially skip out, like partially go out of the game and then go back in and then go out, I have to go all the way out of the game before I can get out.
Oh,
This one I just press the middle button and done.
huzzah.
Anyways, see ya Friday? Unless you're planning on playing tomorrow or something.
I don't think... I mean, there's a chance, but I imagine the next stream will probably end up being Friday Mass Effect Andromeda.
Okay, well, see you then.
Alright, catch you later.
Catch you later.
Right, well, how about a Discord as well? But overall, I mean, as I was starting to say there, given how we didn't have a ton of time, and leveling up Lepic was not the only thing that we did, we also did the invasions at the beginning, had some success with those. We farmed up Ultimate Ajax, which I was definitely not sure if we were going to be able to make that happen, but we did. And we also were able to get at least a few of the, what was it, maybe 2 or 3? Well, I think we added 2 catalysts to Lepic, or was it 3? I don't know. We got a few. Obviously, we still have some work to do here, so it's not as if Lepic is about to be done, but once we put a little more time into him, then he becomes another potential option for a bossing character, and yeah, there's some potential to turn him into a mobber as well, but as I was saying, I think that's probably not going to be the primary way we look to use him. And for next steps, we'll continue to level him up, level up Secret Garden. Secret Garden is both a good weapon for Lepic, and I believe also a really good weapon for what may very well end up being our next character, the one that is now
Oh,
underway,
a human child. What
Ultimate
do you-
Ajax. Now, it's going to be a little while before that research is done, but by the next time we're doing First Descendant, he may be primed and ready to go, and if we're doing First Descendant again in the very near future, then there's even a chance that, well, basically this is the thing that I was alluding to before. We have the Eugen Spiral Catalyst, which is the last piece that we need, or the blueprint for it at least, but it's the anode ion particle, which I just cannot find a good place to farm this, because it's all in Hagios, and that is just one region where there is seemingly not a single good mission to just farm enemies and farm drops from those basic enemies. So it's kind of painful to get this, and even having put at least a little bit of time into it, I still only got, halfway-ish towards this, so it's not that much more that needs to be done, but there's a chance that we could end up seeing Eugen in the relatively near future as well, and likewise with Haley, because we're not that far away from the data chip here. It's just that in this case, assuming we're relying exclusively or almost exclusively on the invasion drops to give us this, it's not directly under our control because it's just a 1 in 4 chance that we happen to get this, and for all we know, we're just going to get non-stop enhanced cell stabilizers and spiral catalysts, and then we're just out of luck. But hopefully, those 2 characters will be in the relatively near future as well. So those are the things we're keeping our eye on. That means we still have lots of things that we can look to do very soon, in addition to, of course, the Frostwalker that we've yet to try, but could end up being either an Ultimate Glay run, in which case she's basically good to go, or Ultimate Lepic, once he is fully spec'd and ready to go, then he could also be a good candidate for that. And from there, I don't know, we could potentially move on to Molten Fortress soon thereafter. Gluttony, I imagine, will be a little bit more of a longer term thing, since it seems as though that requires more of a Gluttony specific build and Gluttony specific party even. But lots of stuff for us to look forward to.